Hello. Can whomever is logged in as an attendee labeled iPhone, can you rename that so we know who you are, please?
Hi, this is Marley, the court reporter, and I'm on my computer as well as my iPhone for monitoring. Can you hear me?
Yes, Marley, thank you for explaining that. Do you have all the permissions you need?
No, actually, if I could get permission to record on the computer, that would be awesome.
Promote to panelist.
And just join as panelist.
Okay. Perhaps rename that as court reporter. That'd be great. Okay, Tony, we could unmute just for a moment. Tony, we could unmute the room for a minute just so I can say test one, two, three.
Okay, unfortunately, on the computer, because I have equipment plugged into it to record, I'm not able to speak through the computer. So, I mean, it shows iPhone right now because I'm speaking, but I don't see a list of panelists. I don't have the ability to see the whole room, which I need.
All right, I just made you a co-host.
Okay, on the computer itself.
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm not seeing any options to record. I'm not seeing anything.
Should take
All I'm seeing is iPhone and a now water drop.
should take you just a second. I've made you a co-host, and we are recording already, by the way, so you know, and
Okay,
it's
well,
and it's going.
I may need to get a copy of that. Again, I have no ability to navigate and control how I'm viewing the screen as far as speakers go, um, which can be problematic potentially if,
Yeah.
you know.
I see your Marley account.
Okay,
I
cool.
could make that a co-host.
Well, that would be the one that I'm on my computer. I don't know. I mean, you just made me a co-host on or a panelist
I've
on my iPhone, right?
right, right. Yeah, I don't know what else I can do. So,
So that
worst case, we can provide you with a recording.
leads to view and such.
Yeah, I don't see any other controls I can enable for you.
Okay, well that's okay. I mean, I will do the best I can, and hopefully the screens will show up slightly differently when we get on, live. And then if I can just get a copy of this at the end, that'd be super helpful.
Okie doke.
Okay,
Thanks.
cool. All right, thank you so much.
Testing one, two, three. Good to go.
California Regional Water Quality Control Board in the Central Valley region here in Sacramento. This meeting is called to order at 9 a.m. on February 21st, 2025, and a quorum of the board is present. I'm Mark Bradford, Chair of the Board, and I will introduce the other board members in a minute. Now I will go through our emergency evacuation procedure. In the event of a fire alarm, please evacuate the building immediately and exit through the lobby. Returning through the doors you entered, proceed to the designated assembly area on the north side of the parking lot and await further instructions from emergency stewards. Mindy, can you begin by providing instructions for members of the public that plan to participate in today's meeting?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mindy Bunn, and I am the clerk to the board. I will provide some information on how public participation will be organized for today's meeting. If you wish to make a verbal comment on one of the board items, or if you want to make a comment during public forum, you must be in person using Zoom webinar or calling in by phone. If you are currently watching the webcast on YouTube but wish to comment, please email me at agenda5@waterboards.ca.gov and request the Zoom link. If you are on the Zoom webinar and wish to speak but have not pre-registered, please raise your hand and you will be called upon. If you are using a computer or tablet, please click the raise hand button. If you are calling in on the telephone, dial *9 to raise your hand. Generally, in-person commenters will be called upon first, followed by Zoom and telephone commenters. If you are in person and want to speak, have not completed a blue card and given it to the staff person, or you are on Zoom and want to speak and do not raise your hand, your chance to speak could be missed. Staff will call each commenter by name and your microphone will be unmuted. For those calling into the meeting via telephone, staff will identify you by the last 3 digits of your phone number. For the record, please state your name and who you are representing before you speak. This is especially important for those calling in to testify on an item. Unless additional time has been previously granted, a 3-minute timer will be used. You will hear a bell when the 3 minutes are up. Please speak from a quiet location to avoid background interference. I would also like to give a friendly reminder to our board members, presenters, and staff to please mute yourself when you are not speaking to avoid background noise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mindy. I will now introduce the other board members.
Excuse me, this is the court reporter. Mr. Bradford's microphone. Yes.
Yeah,
thank
sorry,
you.
let me back up here. Let me introduce the other board members. Again, Nick Ovdis of Sacramento, Denise Cadera from Allensworth, Elena Lee Reeder from Sacramento, and Art Baggett of El Portal, who's participating virtually. And again, I'm Mark Bradford of Sacramento. Nicole Morgan, State Water Board member, is participating in this meeting and will provide an update a little later. I will now introduce Executive Officer Patrick Palupa, who will introduce his staff. Before that, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, at this time, are there any communications from board members since the last board meeting? Start with Denise.
Good morning. On the 18th of January, I participated or attended the Community Water Leaders Network reunion. That's a group of community and elected officials that work on water issues in the respective disadvantaged communities. On the 31st of January, I participated in the CV SALTS workshop where we were dealing with the priority 2 management zones. On the 12th of February, I participated in the board briefing. And on the 19th of February, I participated in our environmental justice group, the 2025 session. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Hi, Elena Lee Reader here. On January 31st, I attended the CV Salts workshop via Zoom. And on February 19th, I also attended the Environmental Justice Team 2025 Hubble.
Okay, thank you. My only item was participating in the chair's call on February 3rd. There was quite a bit of discussion around funding, especially with the chaos on the federal side, how that was going to affect some of the state programs. There was also a lot of discussion about the post-fire issues down in Los Angeles, including MS4 waivers and debris management, and water system restoration. So that was an interesting discussion down there. And finally, I think we confirmed at that call that there will be a Water Quality Control Council meeting on May 1st and 2nd here in Sacramento. So that's all I had. And with that, we'll move on to the State Water Board liaison update and hear from Nicole Morgan to provide that update. And first, I'd like to congratulate you, Nicole, on being reappointed to the State Board.
Thank you, Chair Bradford. Good morning, Chair Bradford and members of the board. It is a pleasure to be here with you this morning. So there is, as always, a lot going on with the State Board. Want to start off with the that in December. So it seems like that was just such a long time ago already. This new year is just being quite along. As of December 2024, the Office of Public Participation has transitioned to the newly formed Office of Public Engagement, Equity, and Tribal Affairs, also known as OPETA. This change reflects the expanded scope of our work and the need to ensure these efforts are elevated and clearly defined within our organization. In 2021, the board combined the Office of Public Affairs and the Office of Public Participation under the new Communications Office. While the structure made sense at the time, recent developments such as the new executive orders, legislative changes, and the board's racial equity and tribal efforts have expanded the Office of Public Participation's role beyond what this configuration was originally intended to support. We're now restructuring to elevate the office importance and better align the operations with these developments. And so I think that is just a great reorganization and really helps to elevate the great work that this office is doing. And, we also have more staffing than we did, 4 years ago in this office, and the staff are really taking on a lot more work. And so this is just a really good reorganization and just elevation of their great work. And so just to expand a little bit on Chair Bradford's report of the Los Angeles firestorm, since January 7th, when major wildfires ignited in the areas of metropolitan Los Angeles, the State Board has been participating directly in response and recovery efforts through its Division of Drinking Water Emergency Management Program, also known as EMP. In close coordination with the Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board, division staff are providing technical support to impacted water systems, advising on drinking water notices, and inspecting damage. EMP staff are currently deployed to the Cal OES Debris Removal Task Force, removing household debris, and the Cal OES Watershed Debris Flow Task Force, mitigating post-fire debris flow and contaminated runoff. State Board staff are also supporting interagency coordination and external communications, and both state and regional board staff are volunteering to support recovery efforts and advise best management practices to protect water quality during debris removal. I want to thank, Region 5. You all have gone through, your own share of wildfires, and that the information that has been learned through your work is being, shared and, implemented down in Region 4 now. Making a conservation a way of life. So that on January 6th, the State Board posted frequently asked questions, FAQ, for the Making Conservation a Way of Life regulation. The document is on the program's website under fact sheets, FAQs, and primer. The regulation is now effective as of January 1st, It really seems like I have been talking about this for many years. So it is effective now. The text is available on Westlaw, and urban retail water suppliers are required to submit an annual urban water use objective report by January 1st of each year. So those that were required to submit on January 1st of 2025, 75% of those did report on time. So if there are any that are listening that have questions, the FAQ is available. And please do reach out to our staff to help guide you through that reporting. The 2026 integrated report. On February 11th, State Board staff held a remote public workshop to provide an overview, and additional information is available on the program website. So staff are also holding working meetings on the draft Sacramento Bay Delta work plan, not work plan, the updates to the plan. State Board staff are holding this series of technical working meetings to receive further input from the water community, including water users, environmental groups, and California Native American tribes, on draft updates to the water quality control plan for the San Francisco Bay, Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta watershed. The purpose of the working meetings is for staff to receive specific input on the October 2024 draft plan, which includes regulatory provisions based on the board's September 2023 draft staff report, and provisions based on voluntary agreements, also known as VAs, proposed by public water agencies and state and federal agencies known as Healthy Rivers and Landscape proposals. For additional information, there is a letter that went out to interested persons. For each of those workshops, you have to sign up individually for each one of those. They are not being recorded, and they're only available to sign up for each individual one via Zoom. So the Administrative Hearings Office is also very busy. They started the Delta Conveyance Project, the DCP hearing that started this past Monday on February 18th with policy statements and consideration of the remaining procedural issues. And they also are continuing with the Sites Project Authority. The public hearings are continuing today. There's also hearings will be held on the 24th through the 26th. Those are held by Zoom. You can also follow along on the Administrative Hearings Office's YouTube channel. Just as a reminder, those are on ex parte, so I will not be able to answer questions on those two items. The Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. Yesterday, the State Board held a public hearing to consider designating the Kern County subbasin as a probationary basin pursuant to the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. The board voted to grant a continuance to September 17th, 2025. This is based on the updated changes that the subbasin provided to the State Board staff. State Board did what we call a red light review to see if progress has been made. Some progress was made, there were still some areas that staff felt that needed additional progress. They have been meeting weekly with the subbasin to look at those technical issues. The subbasin has committed to making those changes and continuing to meet with staff, with community members and other interested parties to make the necessary changes within a timeline that was laid out at yesterday's hearing, and being ready to come back to us in September with a revised plan addressing all the remaining issues. And so let's see here. The last item, urban stormwater infiltration. On February 3rd and 6th, State Board staff held two informal workshops to provide an opportunity for public discussion and feedback on proposed statewide water quality control policy for urban stormwater infiltration. And so there's more information. There is a fact sheet that is out there that provides additional information on this effort. It is a effort just to really compile good practices around stormwater infiltration to ensure that our groundwaters are not being polluted by stormwater infiltration, and make sure that everyone is following good practices. So that concludes my report for this board meeting. I am available for any questions.
Just one comment. I was glad to hear the changes with the Office of Public Participation, the new name, and particularly the word engagement, because it does set a new tone for how you interact with constituents in the communities and get them involved in understanding and participating in water quality issues. So I was really glad to hear about that. And I'd also like to congratulate you for your reappointment to the State Water Board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Looks like no more questions, but thank you. Again, you sound like a very busy woman, and look forward to seeing you here for the next 4 or 5 years, whatever you're appointed for. Thank you, Nicole. Okay, now it's time for the public forum. If you're a person at the meeting and wish to speak, but have not submitted a speaker card, please fill out the blue card at the reception table and give it to a staff member. If you're on the Zoom platform and wish to speak but have not registered, please raise your hand now. Mindy, has anyone submitted a request to speak on any topic which is not on the agenda today?
We have Mr. Ladd here in the audience, and in front of you, you will also find a packet with the email on top of some
Right.
graphs that he submitted.
Okay, thank you. And we've reviewed your background information, so thanks for providing that. And I think we're going to have you on a 3-minute timer. Yeah.
Oops. There we go. My name is Larry Leroy Ladd. I'm one of the founders of the city of Rancho Cordova, which you're at. And I was thrilled to see Alex McDonald here because Alex McDonald and Duncan and Austin and I worked together since 1996 on perchlorate and NDMA. And so what I'm submitting to you is some diagrams on potential toxicological developments that I will, if it pans out, I'll come back in the summer when you guys are here and submit something written formally. But and Alex, when they said, Larry, don't use any technical terms. Their eyes will just glaze over. And I said, okay, well, I got to do it though for right now, Alex. So this involves an early detection found in Chinese workers exposed to TCE about how you know they're exposed. And the fancy word is B cell maturation antigen. And now this map of mosquito-borne encephalitis involves perchlorate and first line of defense in the immune system called human beta defensin 2. Those are the technical terms. And what I will be coming to talk to you about next time in the summer is I have a buddy of mine who researches Parkinson's meds at Columbia, and it ends up some of the medications that are used to treat B cell maturation antigen induced Parkinson's. And I talked to him before about how can you distinguish between Parkinson's induced by pesticides versus TCE, et cetera, et cetera. And he said, we can work together on that. So he sent him a couple of papers. He's going to read it this weekend, and maybe in 6 months, I'll have something informative and useful. Over in Colorado, I've got a friend who let me know that the pathologist at our local hospital in a previous life worked on biowarfare on defensins. And so probably before the summer, we'll try and have lunch with her and find out what she knows. And finally, really quickly, just to show you what I do, last diagram has to do with NDMA. So I monitor health around here, see if things get through. And when somebody comes up with a suspect cancer, I hand them this diagram and say, if it's in the green, let me know, and I'll let the water board know. And when it isn't, you guys don't hear about it. Although poor Jeff gets an email beforehand. So that's what I do. A good Boy Scout's always prepared. And that's what I'm working for on perchlorate and NDMA. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Larry. I know you've been working with Alex for a long time. I worked for a little while on the Aerojet program as well. It's good to see you, Alex. and appreciate you getting on the record with that information. Are there any questions from the board? Okay, thanks again. Nope, you're good. Okay, here we go. Okay, time for the executive officer's report. It's an informational item only. Prior to each meeting, the executive officer works with the board clerk and the board's program managers to compile a report on the status of the board's programs, its staffing, and many different initiatives the board is working on. Again, if you're a person at the meeting and wish to speak, but haven't submitted a speaker card, please fill out that blue card at the reception table and give it to the staff member. If you're on the Zoom platform and wish to speak but have not registered, please raise your hand now. At this time, the executive officer is available to take questions on this report. And I'll hand it over to Patrick.
Yeah, good morning, Chair Bradford and members of the board. And I think we may have gone over the introductions, so I'll make sure that we get the introductions done. You know, directly across from me, we have Christopher Moskal with the Office of Chief Counsel. To his right is Kennedy Knight, also with the Office of Chief Counsel. Immediately in front of me is JJ Baum. He's the Assistant Executive Officer here in the Rancho Cordova office, overseeing a lot of programs, including the enforcement program. He may be coming for enforcement for whoever phone buzzes in the audience, but that's one of the things he'll follow up on. To my far left is Adam Lapitz. He's the other Assistant Executive Officer in the Rancho Cordova office, overseeing, among other programs, the NPDES program and the Irrigated Lands program, both of which we'll touch on a little bit today. To my immediate left is Mindy Bunn. We'll notice the last name a little different these days, but really appreciate all the work that she's been doing, and certainly the executive officer report, credit a lot of her work to getting that thing compiled every couple months. And then last but not least, to my immediate right is Jessica Yar, also with the Office of Chief Counsel, our senior staff counsel. In the audience, we also have Clint Snyder, who runs our Reading office. And I think Christina Shoup, I see her. We are the walking wounded right now. She's got a shoulder thing. I've got a leg thing. So she runs the board's Fresno office. And I'm certainly available to take some questions on the executive officer's report and the content therein. And then I also have a few employee recognition awards as well.
Hi, Patrick.
Yeah.
I really appreciated the update on the dairy program, specifically the bird flu data. I've been shopping around for eggs, so I really appreciated that.
No, it's incredibly important. Behind the scenes, our confined animal program has been working a lot with CDFA in particular, as well as DTSC and some other agencies, really to try and expedite all the issues associated with bird flu on the facilities. There's a number of the major egg producers that were, trying to find creative solutions to expedite the recovery of the flocks in the houses here in California, because I know that's something hitting everybody in their pocketbooks day in, day out. I know I'm shocked whenever I go and buy some eggs, and we may have cut down on the omelets over the past couple of months. So want to fix that as quickly as possible.
Now, I only just have a comment. The report continues to be a better reading document for board members that want to just see the information, the snippets there for each one of the programs. It's just laid out much better, and it's provides all the information that's there. So I really do appreciate the work that the staff does in trying to get the information out to the board for us to be able to read. It's concise and has all the information that's necessary. So I just appreciate the quality of the work and the executive officer's report.
No,
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Janice.
Thank you,
Again,
Mindy.
Thank
you,
a
Mindy.
lot of credit goes out to staff. Kind of putting this document together. I'm often reminded of the Mark Twain quote, right? I apologize for writing such a long letter. I didn't have time to write a short one. Very often it takes a lot more time to condense all the stuff we're doing into a more readable format, but we've challenged all the program managers to do that so that it's a little bit more accessible to the public. And we try to avoid jargon as much as possible as well.
Since 2014, that's why I'm making the statement. It's a tremendous improvement for the public and the board. Thank you.
All right, so if no further questions, I'll head over here. And for anybody wondering, it was something pretty hardcore that I injured my knee on. Coaching my daughter's kindergarten basketball team was really what the straw on the camel's back was. Apparently, the Ledge office has some pictures if you want, you want to see. All right. Well, first, I think I saw her in the crowd. Misty, are you here? Come on up. There we go. And I really, a special place in my heart for how the Reading office in particular develops its staff. And I think Misty is a prime example of that. So Misty is an environmental scientist in the Reading office's non-point source unit and has been with the Central Valley Water Board since 2020. Misty started in the administrative unit in September 2020. Then she transferred to a scientific aid position. Then she became an environmental scientist in the non-point source unit in May 2021. So really climbing the ladder within the organization and doing a lot for our team up there. Misty is being recognized for her exemplary work ethic and continued contributions to the non-point source unit and forest activities program. Misty is responsible for oversight of timber harvesting activities occurring on U.S. Forest Service land, currently covering 3 national forests. In addition to these duties, Misty willingly assumes additional work as well as covers additional areas when needed. In addition to Misty's core workload, she's the lead technical staff for oversight of a contract to produce water quality training associated with a new non-point source permit. This project has required timely review of training products, coordination with contractors, and a large time commitment to ensure the training is well organized and progressing on schedule. You heard a little bit about that in December, how we didn't want to have the federal agencies essentially be thrown into a new permit without the training tools there to get their staff up and running. Misty is responsible for a lot of work behind the scenes to get that up and running. Another of Misty's projects include oversight of a large watercourse crossing removal and stream restoration project that was initiated by a public complaint. Oversight of the crossing removal project has been complex and involved numerous agencies, including the Bureau of Reclamation and Bureau of Land Management. Thanks to Misty's work and continued pressure on the agencies involved, the crossing removal is now officially underway with a target completion date of fall 2025. Misty has also volunteered to manage the Reading office lab, ensuring that instruments are properly calibrated and any needed supplies and lab needs are met for her office. Throughout all of Misty's work, she remains positive and a great team player, often working and coordinating with staff throughout all 3 offices. While these are just a few examples of the work she is responsible for, Misty is relied upon for numerous other efforts and program needs. Misty is unfailingly dependable, upbeat, and always willing to help with any task. She is respected by her peers, and she has a natural ability to gain the respect and trust of those she works with, including the regulated community and the public. We appreciate all the work effort that Misty puts into her position and wish to thank Misty for her contributions to the important work of our office and the region as a whole. So congratulations so much. I think because we've got 3 awards, let's do all the pictures at once. So hang out for just a couple minutes and we've got 2 more awards to go through. All right. Hua, are you here? I saw her around. There we go. Hey, good morning. Hua has been employed as a scientific aide with the Water Quality Certification and Dredging Unit with the Water Board since April 2013. She has been nominated to receive a Superior Accomplishment Award based on her efforts to create a major improvement to the methods, organization, and procedures followed by the unit that make an exceptional contribution to the efficiency and improvement on processing times for water quality certifications, waste discharge requirements, California Environmental Quality Act document comments, and other deliverables from the unit. She is instrumental in maintaining the day-to-day workflow within the permitting section. She continues to provide the following key contributions to the unit and the MS4 program, including processing incoming 401 applications and indexing all projects into the various database systems, being the main point of contact for CWIX entries and edits for the unit, receives, processes, and drafts response letters for staff review and signature for all CEQA documents in public circulation requiring Region 5 comments, and assists in processing documents issued by the board after the final determination has been made, ensuring that all issuances are indexed and filed appropriately. Additionally, Hua works with Liz Lee to maintain correspondence with stakeholders and completes administrative tasks and provides public outreach through Region 5 MS4 permitting. Hua exhibits a high level of organization, provides excellent stakeholder customer service, and is willing to assist in solving problems and finding answers in a fast and efficient manner. She has been extremely helpful in helping find innovative ways to make the unit more organized and efficient with its extremely high workload. Her knowledge and willingness to go above and beyond makes her a valued member of the unit and the regional board. For this and many other regions, she continues to maintain and is very deserving of the Superior Accomplishment Award. Congratulations, Hua. We'll do the pictures all at once. And I really, you've heard a lot about the waters of the U.S. back and forth and the workload of how the 401 certifications unit, a lot of it happens behind the scenes. And it's folks like Hua working behind the scenes to make sure all those documents get routed appropriately that really has made it so that we don't have a lot of noise from that program. They get issued very quickly, and a lot of responsive documents go out, and Hua is responsible for a lot of that. So thank you so much. We'll do pictures in just a minute. All right, Galvin, last but not least for today. Congratulations. I tell you, Galvin's been an awesome contribution to the office. I'm sure Matt's write-up has one of the tasks that we gave to the unit, and for Alex's sake, if he's still here today, you'll note that this is some of the issues that go back all the way to when Brian was running this team 12, 13 years ago. So Mr. Galvin Kaufman has been a senior engineering geologist for the Underground Storage Tank Enforcement Unit for over 3 years and has not received a SAA in that time despite exemplary work. So here it comes. Mr. Kaufman is an outstanding state employee who has shown unequaled efforts to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the unit. His efforts reached well beyond the confines of his unit, and his efforts have made improvements for the section and the regional board. His acts of superior job performance have resulted in improved efficiency for the state. Over the last 2 years, Mr. Kaufman has presided over 2 efforts to improve the organization and record keeping of the UST program. The first challenge was to remove staff network folders and, more important, file information from the staff folders to GeoTracker. Historically, the regional board staff kept case information on their staff folders in the network drives. This created several issues, particularly when cases were reassigned, because the newly assigned staff would not have access to the previous folders. Additionally, having case information in staff folders make responding to Public Records Act requests challenging and time-consuming because staff would have to search their staff folders to respond to the request, and if there were responsive documents, ensure that they were made available. Mr. Kaufman was able to create the goals of the project, collaborate with an Office of Chief Counsel Attorney, other sections, and other units to establish protocols, and then track staff efforts until the project was completed. The second project that Mr. Kaufman headed was the review of over 200 banker boxes of case files. That's exactly what I'm referring to. These boxes potentially contain valuable case information like groundwater monitoring data. Mr. Kaufman worked with the state board staff to identify pathways to scan valuable information and ensure that information is uploaded into GeoTracker. After securing this resource, Galvin worked with all the staff in the section to provide clear guidance on reviewing the data in GeoTracker, identifying valuable information to be saved, and ensure the information was delivered to the state board staff for preservation. Again, we are a data-centered organization here, and there was part of the office that looked a little bit like that final scene in Indiana Jones, where there was piles and piles and piles of boxes. And it required somebody to both have the ability to streamline their current workload, because Galvin does manage an incredible workload of active and open cases that are needing enforcement actions and strong nudges to move ahead, while simultaneously developing a protocol for going through all those boxes, literally hundreds of thousands of pages, figuring out what's important, figuring out legally what we need to keep, getting those into publicly accessible databases, and getting rid of the other stuff. So we now have a giant blank space where those boxes and boxes and boxes of stuff used to be. And it's really because he's worked with his entire team to make sure that they have better data management protocols than they had before. So with that, really congratulations for that effort and all the day-to-day stuff that you do. With that, let's take some pictures and hand this over. Congratulations. Do one at a time. Let's see. Private contracting dollars. You have boxes in your garage. I don't know if you can afford them.
Thank you, Patrick, and thanks to all the awardees there. It's always refreshing to hear that we're improving efficiency and responsiveness to the regulated community in particular. I know we're stretched thin, so anything we can do to get more efficient is obviously a boon. Okay. Are there any further questions from board members or comments? No. Then we'll move on to approval of the minutes from our last meeting. Are there any edits or corrections to the 13 December 2024 minutes? Hearing none, if I could get a motion and a second to approve those minutes.
So moved.
Second. Okay, Mindy, if you could please call the roll.
Board Member Kadara,
Yes.
Board Member Lee Reader,
Aye.
Vice Chair Abdus, and Chair Bradford.
Yes, thank you. Okay, the uncontested calendar. This is a time and a place for a public hearing to consider uncontested items 13 through 16. And also, we want to note that agenda item 11, the City of Anderson Water Pollution Control Plant, NPDES permit renewal in Shasta County, has also been moved to the uncontested calendar. Adam, oh, he's out right now. He'll describe late revisions for
He's
this
up there.
item when asked. I
Right
guess
now?
we're going to do that now. Hi, Adam.
Go for it. Yeah, we do have some late revisions for the city of Anderson. Item number 11. Basically, the late revisions will remove the acute toxicity limits from the permit based on review of the data during the last permit. We've got high quality data for acute toxicity.
Okay, thank you.
That's the late revision.
All right, any questions about that? Nope. All right, great. If you're a person in the meeting and wish to speak about any of these and have not submitted a speaker card again, please fill it out at the reception table and give it to the staff member. If you're on the Zoom platform and wish to speak and have not registered, please raise your hand now. Mindy, has anybody requested to comment on any of these?
No.
No. Are there any late revisions, which we just covered? Does council have any legal issues to discuss?
No.
Thank you, Jessica. So if I could get a motion in a second for approval of uncontested items 13 through 16, including the late revisions on item 11.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Mindy, if you could please call the roll.
Board Member Kadara,
Yes.
Board Member Lee Reader,
Aye.
Vice Chair Abdus, and Chair Bradford.
Yes, thank you.
Oh,
And
do
I
we
guess we have Art online too, maybe? I don't know.
I received a message that Art is having technical difficulties
Ah,
and wasn't able
okay.
to join.
Another walking wounded. Okay, thank you. Well, we have a quorum anyway, so we can move on. Okay, so we're going to move into the Pitt River Subwatershed ILRP regulatory options. This is an informational item only. And no action will be taken, although the board may ask questions and provide directions to staff. Following the staff presentation, we will hear a joint presentation from Bruce Howdeschelt, Director of the Sacramento Valley Water Quality Coalition, Tammy Humphrey, Executive Director, NECWA, and Harry Giacomini, representing the Hat Creek Ranch. A timer will be used. The joint presentation has been allotted a total of 20 minutes. Okay, again, if you're in the meeting and wish to speak, you've got to fill out the blue card, give it to the staff member. If you're on the Zoom platform and wish to speak but have not registered, please raise your hand now. Interested persons will be allowed 3 minutes each to address the board. And I think we're going to proceed with that after we do the staff presentation. So.
Hello, Chair Bradford and members of the board. My name is Olivia Matthews, staff in the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. I'm here with Petra Lee, the Senior Environmental Scientist in the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. Today, we are bringing an informational item to the board to explore a request to partially or completely exempt irrigated agriculture within the Pitt River subwatershed from required enrollment in the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. I will refer to the program as the Irrigated Lands Program during this presentation. Let's see. Do I have control of the slides here? In this presentation, I will provide a summary of information regarding the general characteristics of the subwatershed and existing data available to Central Valley Water Board staff. I will discuss current state enrollment fees for the Irrigated Lands Program and the economics of agriculture in the region, with information provided by Dr. Tina Saitone and Dr. Ken Tate with UC Davis and UC Cooperative Extension. Lastly, I will talk about the various regulatory options explored by staff and potential future implications for the Irrigated Lands Program. Commercial irrigated lands within the Pitt River subwatershed area are currently regulated under the Waste Discharge Requirements General Order for growers within the Sacramento River watershed, which I will refer to as the order. The Sacramento Valley Water Quality Coalition, which I will refer to as the coalition, is the designated third party representing enrolled landowners and operators within the Sacramento River watershed, and the Northeastern California Water Association manages the Pitt River subwatershed. As you can see on the map presented here, the Pitt River subwatershed is the northernmost subwatershed within the coalition. The Pitt River subwatershed encompasses approximately 4.3 million acres, extending from the Warner Mountains along the South Fork of the Pitt River to Shasta Lake. The subwatershed includes portions of Lassen, Modoc, Shasta, and Siskiyou counties. The topography is characterized by mountainous terrain with elevations ranging from approximately 1,000 to 9,800 feet above sea level. Important drainages include the Fall River and the North and South Forks of the Pitt River. Approximately 40% of the acreage is privately owned, with predominant uses in production agriculture and timber. About 60% of the subwatershed is held by federal and state agencies. Within the Pitt River subwatershed, about 75,000 irrigated acres are enrolled in the Irrigated Lands Program, totaling 186 growers with 894 enrolled parcels. Enrolled irrigated agricultural lands account for less than 2% of the total subwatershed area, which is less intense than the proportion of irrigated agricultural lands present in the Sacramento watershed valley floor. This map shows irrigated agriculture mapped by the California Department of Water Resources. The primary irrigated crops grown in the Pitt River subwatershed include pasture, forage crops such as grain, hay, and grass hay, and wild rice. Pasture is the dominant crop at around 80% of the irrigated lands. Strawberries, mint, onions, garlic, and other miscellaneous crops are also grown in the subwatershed. These estimates were made using the land use data from the Department of Water Resources. It may be helpful to note that in comparison, the primary irrigated crop type grown in the Sacramento Valley floor is deciduous fruits and nuts, whereas pasture only encompasses 10% of the land use. The crop type estimates shown on this slide were also made using land use data from the Department of Water Resources. Before proceeding to discuss pesticide use in the Pitt River subwatershed, I want to point out there are 3 additional subwatersheds that I will compare to in order to provide meaningful context for some of the data presented. I will compare to 2 previously exempted upper subwatersheds shown on this slide circled in blue, Goose Lake, exempted in 2021, and Upper Feather River, exempted in 2023. I will also refer to Butte Yuba Sutter for comparison to a subwatershed located in the Sacramento watershed valley floor, shown on this slide circled in orange. In order to understand pesticide use in Pitt River, pesticide use report data was obtained from the California Department of Pesticide Regulation database for 2022, the most recent year available. Pesticide applications in Pitt River were primarily ground applications, accounting for 92.5% of applications, with limited aerial applications accounting for the remaining 7.5%. This is consistent with the previously exempted subwatersheds and the valley floor subwatershed. Pesticide active ingredients applied per acre of irrigated agriculture can provide a rough idea of pesticide use intensity in an area. It is worth noting that pounds of active ingredient is not directly analogous to toxicity, as pesticide toxicity varies greatly between pesticides and by mass. This slide compares an estimate for pesticide use intensity in Pitt River to the 2 previously exempted subwatersheds. The active ingredients applied per acre of irrigated agriculture in Pitt River, 0.11 pounds per acre, is approximately 2 times that of Upper Feather River and around 3 times that of Goose Lake. This slide additionally compares to the valley floor subwatershed Butte Yuba Sutter. The estimated active ingredients applied per acre of irrigated agriculture in Butte Yuba Sutter is around 50 times that of Pitt River. Overall, the pesticide use in the Pitt River subwatershed, when compared to the 2 previously exempted subwatersheds, Goose Lake and Upper Feather River, is higher. When compared to a Sacramento Valley floor subwatershed, such as Butte Yuba Sutter, pesticide use in the Pitt River subwatershed is lower. In this next section, I will provide an overview and discussion of available historical data related to surface water and groundwater quality, as well as available irrigation and nitrogen management practices data. A brief discussion of 303D listed water bodies, which I will define later in this presentation, We'll summarize water bodies in the area affected by pollutants, which irrigated agriculture could be a contributing source. This map shows irrigated agriculture mapped by the Department of Water Resources in green, major rivers in blue, and 3 surface water quality monitoring locations in the subwatershed. There is currently 1 representative surface water quality monitoring site in Pitt River, shown on this slide with a yellow star, Pitt River at Pittville Bridge. There are also 2 special project monitoring sites, which are not currently monitored, shown on this slide with purple stars, Pitt River at Canby Bridge and Fall River at Fall River Ranch Bridge. Pitt River at Pittville Bridge was selected to track trends and identify water quality issues in the subwatershed. The monitoring location is up to 100 stream miles downstream of irrigated lands within the subwatershed. The dark blue arrow now shown on the map illustrates the direction that surface water generally flows in the region, from the northeast towards the southwest. The orange line now shown on the map illustrates the distance from irrigated agriculture located upstream to the monitoring location downstream. Though the Irrigated Lands Program is not intended to monitor discharge at the edge of each farm, it is worth noting that a lack of water quality impacts observed at the monitoring site does not mean that water quality impacts are not potentially present elsewhere in the subwatershed. The surface water quality monitoring schedule required by the order consists of comprehensive monitoring conducted once every 3 years. However, the reduced monitoring option was introduced to the order based on the understanding that upper subwatershed agriculture is often less nutrient and pesticide intense than valley floor operations, and that water quality in the upper subwatersheds is generally better. If a subwatershed is approved for enrollment in the reduced monitoring option, comprehensive monitoring is only required every 5 years, reducing the number of comprehensive monitoring events required. The Pitt River subwatershed has been enrolled in the reduced monitoring option since 2019. Though enrollment in the reduced monitoring option does acknowledge there is a lesser risk to surface water quality in the subwatershed, enrollment does not indicate 0 risk to water quality. The reduced monitoring option recognizes that trends in cropping patterns, changes in pesticide use, changes in enrolled members, and trends in the proportion of agricultural land use all fluctuate over time. Accordingly, renewal for inclusion in the reduced monitoring option is required every 5 years. Surface water monitoring has been conducted in Pitt River for the Irrigated Lands Program since 2004. Approximately 87 Irrigated Lands Program monitoring events have been conducted in the subwatershed. High priority constituents for surface water quality under the Irrigated Lands Program include pesticides and toxicity, which is what I will focus on now. Of the around 97 different pesticides monitored in Pitt River, 38 have applicable water quality criteria and 59 do not. For those 38 monitored pesticides with water quality criteria, there are approximately 160 individual monitoring results, of which there has been 1 exceedance of the applicable water quality criteria for malathion in 2019. For the 59 pesticides without applicable water quality criteria, there are about 220 monitoring results. There have been 19 monitoring events to collect water samples for toxicity, yielding 37 individual results. There have been a total of 3 water column samples with significant toxicity. 1 with significant toxicity to Cereodaphnia dubia in 2011, and 2 with significant toxicity to Hyolella azteca in March and July of 2021. Hyolella azteca is monitored as an indicator for pyrethroid pesticide toxicity and did not trigger a surface water quality management plan, which I will define in the next slide, because no pyrethroids were detected at toxic concentrations concurrently. Additionally, there are 3 results for sediment toxicity, none of which were found to have significant toxicity. In the Irrigated Lands Program, 2 exceedances of a water quality trigger at a monitoring site within a 3-year period triggers a surface water quality management plan aimed to reduce irrigated agriculture's contribution to the water quality issue and avoid future exceedances. There are no active surface water quality management plans for high priority constituents in Pitt River. There are active surface water quality management plans for dissolved oxygen and pH in the subwatershed, which are considered lower priority constituents under the Irrigated Lands Program. Previously completed surface water quality management plans include lead and the indicator bacteria E. coli. Groundwater quality trend monitoring and drinking water well monitoring are also required under the Irrigated Lands Program. Nitrate is the high priority constituent for groundwater quality. 2 existing groundwater quality trend monitoring program network wells in the area, shown as blue dots on this map, have shown no detectable nitrate in groundwater since sampling for the Irrigated Lands Program began in 2019. One is a domestic well near Fall River Mills, and the second is a public supply well near Canby. The drinking water well monitoring program requires all drinking water wells located on enrolled parcels be monitored for nitrate. Of approximately 38 wells monitored, 4 wells previously exceeded the maximum contaminant level of 10 milligrams per liter of nitrate plus nitrite as nitrogen. The 4 wells with nitrate exceedances are shown on this map as orange dots. 1 well located in Shasta County had an exceedance in 2022. 3 wells located in Modoc County had exceedances in 2023. The members provided notice to the users of the wells within 10 days of learning of the exceedances and sent copies of the notices to the Central Valley Water Board. The coalition has also previously looked at historical drinking water well data collected outside of the Irrigated Lands Program requirements. The historical data set includes nitrate results dating back to the 1950s. Of 583 drinking water wells historically sampled for nitrate in the Pitt River subwatershed, 18 wells, or 3% of the total sampled, previously exceeded the maximum contaminant level. In addition to monitoring data, the coalition collects member-reported data on management practices. According to the 2017 farm evaluation data, members reported that approximately 58% of irrigated acreage in the Pitt River subwatershed applied nitrogen fertilizer. Additionally, the predominant irrigation method reported by members was flood irrigation. Finally, this table is somewhat busy, but shows the approximate 20 water body and pollutant combinations from 303D listed water bodies that may be affected by agriculture within the Pitt River subwatershed. The Federal Clean Water Act requires states to look at water quality data and determine which water bodies are potentially impaired, resulting in a Section 303D list. The data is further evaluated before moving towards potential TMDLs, basin plan amendments, or other pollutant control programs. Next, I will overview the state fees associated with enrollment in the Irrigated Lands Program. There are 2 annual state fee structures for enrolled growers in the Irrigated Lands Program shown on this slide. All crops other than irrigated pasture fall into Tier A and pay $1.50 per acre. Irrigated pasture falls into Tier B and pays a reduced fee of $1.20 per acre. Please note that this presentation focuses only on state fees because they are the same for all members in the Irrigated Lands Program. The coalition assesses additional fees per acre for members and are variable between the different subwatersheds. Should the Pitt River subwatershed be partially or completely exempted from the Irrigated Lands Program, affected growers would no longer be subject to the state regulatory fees described here. This would provide regulatory cost savings to growers in the Pitt River subwatershed, where the economics of irrigated agriculture are significantly different from the economics of the valley floor. Next, I will provide a summary of the economics in the region. Dr. Tina Saitone and Dr. Ken Tate and their colleagues at UC Davis and UC Cooperative Extension have provided invaluable information for this project, so I want to thank them for their help. When comparing the estimated revenue for irrigated pasture to a valley floor commodity such as almonds, a grower would have to graze 6.6 acres to generate the same revenue as 1 acre of almonds. Therefore, the grower would be assessed $7.92 in state fees, while an almond grower would only be assessed $1.50 to generate the same revenue. The state fee cost would be approximately 5 times higher, proportional to an almond grower. Similarly, a grower would have to graze 12.8 acres to generate the same revenue as 1 acre of tomatoes. Therefore, the grower would be assessed $15.36 in state fees, while a tomato grower would only be assessed $1.50 to generate the same revenue. The state fee cost would be approximately 10 times higher, proportional to a tomato grower. Before I present potential regulatory options explored by Central Valley Water Board staff, I want to highlight some of the characteristics of the Pitt River subwatershed, which are different from valley floor agriculture to keep in mind. The cold temperatures and short growing season in the region reduce pest pressure. Therefore, pesticide applications are an order of magnitude less than valley floor applications. Additionally, the short growing season limits time to grow and produce crops, increasing costs for production. The regulatory cost, especially for pasture operations, is up to 10 times higher for upper subwatershed producers in comparison to valley floor agriculture. Next, irrigated pasture, which comprises approximately 80% of the irrigated agricultural land, is a functional cover crop and applies less nitrogen than is consumed, making it a sink for nitrogen. Finally, surface and groundwater are generally of good quality. It was noted during the scoping of alternatives for the Irrigated Lands Program that the intensity of upper subwatershed agriculture, especially irrigated pasture, is not consistent with valley floor operations, and that water quality in the upper subwatersheds is generally better. This was primarily the reason that the reduced monitoring option, low threat concept, was introduced to the program. Because the Irrigated Lands Program may not be the best fit for this upper subwatershed, I'm going to present 4 potential regulatory options in the upcoming slides. The first option is for the Pitt River subwatershed to remain enrolled in the Irrigated Lands Program, which would require no action and maintain the status quo. Irrigated pastures with no external nitrogen input benefit from a lesser state fee of $1.20 per acre rather than the $1.50 per acre fee for other irrigated agricultural lands. Additionally, the subwatershed is enrolled in the reduced monitoring option and benefits from a less frequent 5-year surface water quality monitoring schedule rather than the 3-year schedule required of valley floor growers. Using a series of qualitative methods, staff assessed effects of the 4 options. If current enrollment is maintained, funding for staff to administer the program, including short and long-term costs, are maintained. If enrollment is continued, grower regulatory costs are maintained, and both surface and groundwater quality protections are continued. A second option is to exempt only qualifying irrigated pasture and forage crop lands from the Irrigated Lands Program. This option would require the coalition to develop and propose criteria to assess enrolled irrigated lands against to determine whether they qualify for exemption. Potentially, a lot of water board staff resources would be required to not only review and approve the proposed criteria, but then to consider or inspect individual parcels for exemption based on the criteria. At this time, it is unknown what the inspection process would entail for this option to be feasible. Because the Pitt River subwatershed is dominated by irrigated pasture and forage crops, fees would shift to the smaller number of remaining growers to cover the shared costs of the program. Qualitatively, exempting pasture and forage crops would decrease the available funding for staff time while increasing staff's short-term demands considerably. Long-term, staff time would return to current loads. Long-term grower regulatory costs would be zero for exempted growers, but would likely increase for growers still enrolled in the irrigated lands program. Both surface and groundwater quality would likely continue to be protected if current management practices are maintained. A third option would be to exempt the entire subwatershed from the irrigated lands program and issue a 13267 order to the Northeastern California Water Association that would require continued surface water monitoring and reporting for all irrigated agriculture within the subwatershed. At this time, it is unknown what the surface water monitoring and reporting schedule would be for this option to be feasible. Staff suggests that the surface water monitoring schedule could be similar to what is currently required, and reporting could be reduced to monitoring years only. Groundwater monitoring required by the irrigated lands program could possibly cease under the 13267 order option. This option would eliminate the state fee cost burden associated with enrollment in the irrigated lands program on growers in the subwatershed. However, members in other subwatersheds would be shouldering the cost of staff time devoted to reviewing and responding to the monitoring. One significant concern raised is the question of how the Northeastern California Water Association would maintain grower participation to cover monitoring and reporting fees for activities required to comply with the 13267 order without the irrigated lands program structure. Because no state fee would be assessed, no funding would be available for staff. The short-term costs and staff time would increase significantly, and long-term staff resource demand would likely return to current conditions. Long-term grower costs may be reduced by approximately $1 per acre. Depending on the monitoring plan required by the 13267 order, surface water would be protected and groundwater risks would remain low if current practices are maintained. A fourth option would be to fully exempt the Pitt River subwatershed from the irrigated lands program, similar to Goose Lake and Upper Feather River. This would provide cost savings to all subwatershed growers and would allow Central Valley Water Board staff to focus on higher priority issues within the coalition. However, complete exemption from all regulatory and monitoring and reporting requirements in the subwatershed could prevent the board from identifying potential water quality concerns should activities change in the future. Potentially, resources through the Surface Water Ambient Monitoring Program, SWAMP, could be prioritized for Pitt River monitoring. Currently, SWAMP funding is provided to the California Department of Water Resources for basic monitoring in the area, but pesticide and toxicity monitoring could be added and prioritized. As resources allow, this option would potentially include development of a program that would be specific to upper subwatershed operations. The program would consider economic impacts and the need for requirements and fees for water quality protection. A full subwatershed exemption would need no funding to administer, but staff could still be required to respond to complaints and review SWAMP monitoring data. In the short term, this option would use an increased amount of staff time and resources, but long-term would lead to decreased staff time. Full exemption would mean growers have no program or coalition costs. If current practices are maintained, risks are low to both surface and groundwater quality. Though staff have explored 4 potential regulatory options for irrigated agriculture within the Pitt River subwatershed, with limited staff resources, options 1 and 4 are practical. Staff recommendations are to either maintain enrollment or fully exempt the subwatershed from the Irrigated Lands Program. Evaluating farms on a piecemeal basis or developing a 13267 order would use a prohibitive amount of staff time and resources. If the board recommends full exemption, determining whether water board resources should be put towards additional swamp monitoring and future development of an upper subwatershed specific water quality program could be discussed. Previous exemptions of the Goose Lake and Upper Feather River subwatersheds preceded the discussion of exemption for pasture and forage crops in the Pitt River subwatershed. Pasture and forage crop lands exist in other subwatersheds and in other coalitions as well. If an exemption request is approved for Pitt River, it will likely be followed by other exemption requests, which will require additional water board resources and staff time to address. Regardless of the option selected, the water board retains regulatory authority and responsibility over any action that may impact water quality within the Central Valley. This includes the Pitt River subwatershed. The water board will continue to coordinate with tribal governments, local government, the Department of Pesticide Regulation, the SWAMP program, and other entities to ensure that water quality in this watershed is not degraded. If future concerns are raised regarding water quality, the water board may implement enforcement authority, monitoring requirements, or reinstitution of irrigated lands program requirements in this subwatershed. At this time, I'd like to submit the presentation into the record. This concludes the presentation, and we are happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a great summary of the options and all the background information. I do have some questions. One of the terms that kept popping up was if current practices are maintained, and I assume they would be. I don't know why anything would typically change up there to grow what they're growing, considering the conditions and the location. But how would that be under the full exemption option, for instance? How would that be confirmed?
Yeah, we wouldn't be confirming that with any active staff resources. However, as most of you went up on the tour to see the agricultural practices in that area, many of the practices that they implement out there are practices that they culturally implement up there to grow their crops in a very difficult area to produce these materials. So I don't foresee a broadcast change in practices from what they're doing now. What they're doing now has worked. It's how they do things. And as Olivia mentioned in the presentation, there hasn't been, a huge number of management plans. That's kind of our active arm for the Irrigated Lands Program. When a management plan's triggered, we go in and we say to the coalition, look, you need to change some things here. Things aren't going well. And they'll work with growers to change how they apply pesticides, for example, or ask that new practices be implemented. And as you can see from Olivia's presentation here, there really hasn't been that. So what that tells me is that we haven't asked for them to change, other than to provide reporting information. So the current practices are being implemented and really haven't been particularly influenced by management plans or changes in the Irrigated Lands Program.
That's kind of the answer I would have expected. One more question from me. Have the tribes, I know the Pitt River Tribe has been tracking this. Have there been much concern expressed by the tribes up there?
So and we had one of the tribe members at our last tour, and staff have been reaching out to the tribes in the area. There hasn't been major concerns expressed. That said, I think there's a overall in the watershed, there are other concerns that the tribe has with how lands are managed. But as far as this exemption, we haven't received any major concerns.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank staff. That was a very comprehensive presentation, and obviously I've been involved with staff for quite some time relative to this issue. I do have some questions, but I think I'd like to hear from the coalition as well to kind of really bring it together in terms of the board discussion. So I would suggest that maybe we do that.
Okay, that sounds like a good plan. And before we do that, we're hour and 20 in. Why don't we take a little bio break and be back here at 10:30? Okay, thank you.
On when you talk.
Okay, we're going to get back down to business. Is this on? Hello, we're going to get back to the meeting, please. And before we get the Pitt River group up, we missed one of the comment requests from Alex McDonald. So I'd like to let him speak for 3 minutes or whatever, and then we'll move up back to the Pitt River. I know Alex has a long drive home too. Everybody does in this room, I think.
Well, thank you, and I apologize for taking your time. I'm Alex McDonald. I'm a retiree from the Water Board. I worked here for 37 years, about, more or less. And I'm not giving an hour-and-a-half presentation on Aerojet like I think I did the last time to our board. So what I'm here to do two things. One is to say thank you. I retired during COVID time. 8 people in the office or so. We were keeping staff in the office. I was one of the 8. So I didn't get to say hi, didn't say goodbye. And I want to thank the board for the 37 years you gave me. Excuse me. Best job I ever had, easily. I started out as a, what was I? I was we were called area engineers back then. So we had an area, you did everything in your area. I mean, we did irrigated lands, we did landfills, wastewater treatment plants, underground tanks, cleanup sites. Best job you could ever have. You learned a lot. At least I think it was the best job I ever had. Until I got Aerojet, which was basically a area engineer for Aerojet. So I did everything on Aerojet. So it was a good experience. No qualms on getting paid, no qualms on vacations. That was all great. So I would like to thank you. Only 2 board members here that will remember me. But I thank you guys, and maybe take that back. The other thing I put together, since I'd been here for about half the time that the regional board has existed. And so I put together a Hall of Fame of I think the staff members on this that worked for this office. And I want to make sure everyone remembers them, because they were the heart and soul of this office. So I have 40 names here. I'll go off really quickly, alphabetical order. Nothing, doesn't matter what the rank is and who I think is the best or worst. 40 altogether. Most of you probably will not remember their names. You will remember quite a few of them. Charlene Aurora, Sherry Bisher, Gordon Boggs, Jerry Bruns, Jean Chilcott, Corey Condon, Val Connor, Janice Cook, Bill Crooks, Bill Croyle, Dan Daniels, Jack Delcani, Chris Foe, Lucille Harmon, Paul Jefferson, Hugh Johns, former board member, Bill Johnson, Della Kramer, Ken Landau, Patricia Leary, Carl Longley, Polly Lowry, John Marshak, Bill Marshall, his brother Jim Marshall, just kidding, Bob Mattioli, Sue McConnell, John Menke, Brian Newman, Larry Pearson, Marcus Pierce, Tom Pinkos, Steve Rosenbaum, Rudy Schnagel, James Taylor, Amy Terrell, Beth Thayer, Greg Vaughn, Dennis Westcott, and Phil Wiles. Is that the 3 minutes? So my criteria, they had to be here at least 20 years. They had to be really good people. Looking at making water quality better and trying to promote and make this office good. One thing that's always stood out for me, when I was told once that, where did the regional board get all this good people? They said they like working with our office better than any other regulatory agency. And so I took that to heart. So I never want to do anything that would make that even worse. So I thank your time, and I'll leave this. I don't know what you want to do with it. Put it on the wall, file it, whatever you want to do. Just don't put it with Aerojet stuff because it'll get lost. As Patrick was putting the other day, he mentioned that we had how many, a couple hundred boxes that they did underground tanks. Well, we have an Aerojet file room back here. It's got several hundred boxes, a couple 100,000 pages of microfiche. It's a mess. As long as you don't have to remember what's in there again, you're okay. Okay, I thank you for your time. Any questions?
It should be 41 with you, Alex. You know, I definitely had the privilege of, I had to go and do the check marks as you kind of ran down the list. And I think, you know, a bunch of us have served with a lot of them. I recognized about 30 of the names, many of whom have left, some of them decades ago, but really privileged to have you working for this organization. Your imprint still lasts in many of the staff that are working, particularly in the cleanup program, but across all the programs. So I'm really grateful that you came back here today and speak to the board members about the board's legacy, because it is extraordinary. And I certainly acknowledge that you are part of that as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wait, we're not done with you yet, Alex. Hang on.
No, I just wanted to comment. I often talk about the quality of the staff here, but you put a perspective on an historical picture of the amount of work that has happened then till now. And the names that you mentioned, I do remember some of them, but it's a breath of fresh air when you can talk about an agency, and historically they've done tremendous work. So kudos to all of our staff, the past and the present, for the wonderful work they've done. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'd just like to add, I mean, I had the pleasure of working with you directly on a few Aerojet items back in the day. And I would say, you know, your comment that this is the best agency to work for and with, whether you're on that side of the table or the other side, I would 100% agree with that, because there is so much cooperation and give and take compared to some of the other agencies that I negotiated with. So, you know, kudos to you for that. And I recognize at least 10 of those names, especially some guy named Carl Longley. That's somewhat familiar. But Steve Rosenbaum and Brian Newman and Phil Wiles still kicking around over at the state board. So anyway, thank you for that. Sorry we couldn't do a bigger retirement gig for you, but COVID shot that down. Huh? And thanks for coming over today.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We'll get back to the Pitt River Coalition. Hi, Bruce.
Good morning. Yeah. Good morning, Chairman Bradford, members of the board. Let me start with some gratitude. At the beginning of each board meeting, the chairman recites the number of the board meeting. I think it was 579, was it? Yeah, it was a lot, right? And we know, each of us know that that's not all of your duties as assigned. So I want to express gratitude, Hugo, to Central Valley is the biggest region in the state. And you have a lot of programs as well. So I want to start with an expression of gratitude to the board staff for the commitment of time they have made, carved out of their busy schedule for this. And, you know, Olivia did an exemplary job. I was checking off slides as I went along going, I don't need to cover that. I don't need to cover that. Adam has a trapdoor button that he's going to use on me if I go too long, but let's get to it. We are here in support of and ask your board to direct staff to prepare a full exemption or option 4 that's before you. Just to underscore the climate, this is Nedco, who's in the audience today. I harvested this off of his Facebook page. That's Eagle Peak, right after the Philadelphia Eagles won the Super Bowl. You can see the weather up there. And as I said, and then we'll be really brief about this, you've been on a journey with us for a very long time with field tours. I was talking to Nicole this morning and I said, remember October 2023? I was introducing Nicole and I said, she was on the October 2023 trip. Many of you were as well, but we have been very deliberative in our process and conversation. And this is just some of that. This is another version of a map that Olivia showed you. This is with the Pitt River in the northeast, Upper Feather River, which has been exempt, and Goose Lake, which has been exempt. Here's a key slide. Less than 2.5% of the land in the Pitt River in agriculture. As the informational memo says, 89% of that is irrigated pasture, forage crops, grain, hay, and grass. Let me stop. With me today is Tammy Humphreys, the Executive Director of the Northeastern California Water Association, and Henry Giacomini, who you had an opportunity to stand on the Hat Creek Grown operation in October 2023. Of those remaining crops, most of that is made up with wild rice operations. There's 18 producers. 4/10 of it are 5 garlic growers with 319 acres, and 1/10% are the 3 berry growers that are courageous enough to work on that landscape up there. As you will hear today, many of the farms are multi-generational, preceding the irrigated lands programs. And your assistant executive officer said it well. These practices, in response to your question, these practices have been going on before the irrigated lands program started because it is vital to their survival as agricultural operations. Another beautiful picture. And I think Olivia did a really nice job of explaining the water quality results and comparing it with the Sacramento Valley floor. Summary of, over a decade of surface water quality results show that there was 1 pesticide exceedance, 3 toxicity events, 3 toxicity exceedances, and of course, toxicity can be from a variety of things, not just irrigated agriculture. Shasta, Modoc, and Lassen have consistently ranked the lowest in pesticide usage. And when we talked about the Upper Feather River a few years ago, most of the pesticide use in the Upper Feather River was related to Caltrans. So this pesticide use includes everything, including agriculture. Including irrigated agriculture, but it also includes other uses. And we're the only coalition with significant agricultural operations in the foothills and mountain meadows. Every once in a while, throw a picture in, helps. This is Hat Creek Grown, isn't it? I think somebody told me you can see the campground in the background. Yeah. Anyway, after the 2017 regional board tour in Fall River, we began, the board members expressed strong support for a different regulatory path going forward. Again, we're the only coalition with a reduced monitoring management practice verification alternative, not only in Neuqua, but we have it in a portion of the Pope Valley, of Napa that's on the Pope Valley, Lake County, and then El Dorado. As Olivia said, the Pitt River was reduced monitoring management practice verification was approved in 2019. And in the next slide, I'm going to show you why that's important. And we certainly appreciate the regional board strategic plan that established the goal of adaptive prioritization. The partnership that is exemplified by people that are online and part of this process is they were part of the Goose Lake and Upper Feather River processes is what supports our request for a full exemption. This is part of the landscape. And again, the investment in the ecosystem and the educational partners and many landowners who've implemented independently implemented numerous BMPs, best management practices, contribute to the advancement of water quality and water conservation in not only the Upper Feather River, but the Pitt River as well. One of these management practices, riparian fencing. And then again, last, we appreciate the board's acknowledgement that the upper watersheds have truly significant site-specific conditions that are different from the valley floor. The reduced monitoring, the groundwater quality results show no impact on sources of drinking water. And we would request the regional board direct their staff to prepare a revision to the Sacramento Valley order that incorporates option 4. And with that, I'll turn it over to Tammy.
Good morning, board and staff. My name is Tammy Humphrey. I'm the administrative executive for the Northeastern California Water Association, known as NECWA. We would like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to participate in the regional board's discussion addressing options for the Upper Pitt River Watersheds Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. Today, I'm speaking to you on behalf of NECWA and as a landowner. Our family ranch is located in the beautiful Fall River Valley and has been operated and continually farmed for 6 generations. The ranch was originally founded and settled by homesteaders through a grant signed by Ulysses S. Grant in 1876. The Vestal Ranch is proud to produce orchard grass hay, meadowgrass hay, wild rice, and nurture approximately 300 commercial all natural Angus pair. Wildlife coexists with our operation. On any given day, you will encounter Canadian geese, ducks, deer, bobcats, beavers, and other local habitat. As I repeat daily to my sons, Sterling and Steele, we are the caretakers. As caretakers of the land, we strive to be good stewards, to honor those who gave us the opportunity for this amazing lifestyle. The preservation started way before the Irrigated Lands Program was initiated. My great-great-great-grandfather and grandmother were protecting water quality, the land, the environment, and wildlife with the desire that this ranch would stand the test of time for their future family members. Thank you, Tom and Bertie. My family loves this land, the environment, and the animals. We are committed to preserving the history and maintaining one of the most beautiful places on earth for future generations. The Vestal Ranch is not unique. There are ranching and farming operations in Fall River, Bernie, Hat Creek, Big Valley, and all the way to the Warner Mountains, just like ours. As Olivia mentioned, the Upper Pitt River watershed includes portions of Modoc, Lassen, and Shasta counties. The topography is characterized by mountainous terrains, and elevations do range from 1,000 to 9,800 feet above sea level. In our watershed, ag is seasonal. Our growing season is short. Last week, it was a -5 in Alturas and a balmy 3 degrees in Fall River. Our surface water quality monitoring results are tied directly to management practices we have used since before the Irrigated Lands Program was started. We have documented those practices numerous times. These practices were captured in Olivia's report to you. We appreciated the time you spent visiting our part of California in October 23 and again in October 24, when Olivia and Assistant Executive Officer Adam Luppitz visited Alturas ranches to better understand how wild rice operations work in balance with the ecosystem. NECWA also would like to thank Vice Chair Abbots for making the trip to MacArthur and meeting with the NECWA board and answering questions. It is time to take the next step and exempt the Pitt River from the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. Thank you.
Good morning. below the screen here. Okay, my name is Henry Giacomini, and I thank you for allowing me this opportunity. In October of 23, my wife Pam and I had the pleasure to host many of you, the State Board Member Nicole Morgan, and State and Regional Board staff to our ranch in Hat Creek. There you saw many of the sustainable grazing practices we use to enhance productivity, protect local riparian ecosystems and water resources, and how we integrate adaptive land management practices to foster fish and wildlife habitat, enhance water efficiency, improve soil health, reduce erosion, while we operate a profitable business to provide for our family needs. All with the goal of maintaining the opportunity for us and future generations to remain on the land that we love and leave it better than it was when our tenure there began. Now this will get hard. While all of that is very relative, I am here to honor the work of my wife, Pam, who we recently lost. She had a lifetime of advocacy for farmers and ranchers, for our way of life and our rural communities. And this was her last project. And much to her dismay, I'm sure, she had to leave with it unresolved. So from the beginning of the concept that the irrigated land, or that exemption from irrigated lands may be a possibility, she got involved. She was instrumental in securing industry funding to develop the needed information, the nitty-gritty of developing and conducting landowner surveys, outreach, and communicating with team members, board staff, and board members. She was in the middle of it all. She was passionate, genuine, and effective in her approach to this issue, and I intend, and I am here to try to see her work through to a decision. It was in 2009 when I first talked to then Board Chair Carl Longley about ideas for a different regulatory approach to upper watersheds. And while it wasn't my idea, eventually the reduced monitoring management practices verification option for upper watersheds came into being. In 2009, the state water quality fee was 12 cents an acre. Today, we know this is $1.20 to $1.50, a 900% increase. Our local watershed coalition fees have more than tripled in that same time, all to fund the irrigated lands program. Over those same 15 years, water quality monitoring results demonstrate that the risk is minimal to non-existent in our part of California. I appreciate that the board's strategic plan recognizes the importance of aligning regulatory requirements to risk, and therefore I urge you and respectfully request that you direct staff to begin working to exempt the Pitt River watershed from the irrigated lands program. Thank you very much.
I just want to add many of the people I work with on a regular basis don't think they're doing anything extraordinary. I think it's extraordinary. Hat Creek Grown was one of, I believe, 5 finalists last year for the Sustainable Conservation Leopold Award. So I just wanted to see, Henry didn't mention that, but I think it's important to recognize that the people on the land take care of the land because that's their livelihood. Happy to stand for any questions you might have.
Bruce, thank you. Tammy, Henry, thank you for making the drive down here, frankly, and to many others who came down to have their voices heard on this. It's been a long road. I do want to acknowledge, obviously, the contributions of Pam, our deepest sympathies. I know that she wanted to see this project through, and unfortunately, circumstances being what they are, we're here today without her, but do want to acknowledge the extreme contributions she has made to agriculture and a way of life up in the Pitt River watershed that can't be understated. So with that, I think I don't have any specific comments for you, Bruce. I think I'm ready to have the frankly, the board discussion, and first, if we have any further public discussion from others that have come down and made the drive and want to say, make any comments on this item before the board deliberates.
Yeah, and then let me just add one thing that I just raced through because I think Olivia's presentation really gave the big picture. But in those other crops like wild rice and berries and other things like that, the reduced monitoring management practice verification option in 2019 went through all the pesticide applications that are associated with those and their threat and risk for impact on surface water quality. Not there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank all of you for your presentations, and deepest sorrow for your loss, Henry. I really enjoyed meeting your wife back in October 23. Very dynamic and committed woman, so big loss. And I don't have any other specific questions. I think we've seen a lot of data presented by staff, and open it up for discussion by the board members now.
Do we want to take public comments first?
Yeah, are there any other public comments?
We have one person here, Ned Coe, representing the Modoc County Supervisors.
Okay.
Good morning. That's going to be a hard act to follow. Pam was a dear friend of mine also. Thank you for taking time to hear us today, board and staff, and thank you, Olivia, for an outstanding presentation. As chair of the Modoc County Board of Supervisors, I would like to draw your attention to our letter in your packet with our version of essentially what Olivia presented to you about the uniqueness of Upper Pitt River agriculture. Modoc County has the dubious distinction of having 3 regional water quality control boards having jurisdiction over the county, the largest being Central Valley. Each one of the 5 of our supervisors have a portion of the Central Valley jurisdiction in our districts, and that letter was passed unanimously by our board a week ago. As an agricultural producer in the irrigated lands program, I would like to speak to you briefly about that side of it. I'm small by standards of a lot of folks, have a cow-calf operation. If you recall back to the map that Olivia showed you, the farthest northeast corner of that green line, that's about where my operation is, right at the base of the Warner Mountains. My inputs into it are sunshine, soil, and water. That water comes in 2 forms, excuse me. Rain and snow this time of year, as you can see by the photograph that Bruce had, and snow melt in the summertime for irrigation. My crop, even though I'm a beef cattle rancher, my crop is growing irrigated pasture for my cattle. That pasture consists of primarily fescue, timothy, and orchard grass with legumes, red clover, Alsite clover, birdsfoot trefoil. Those legumes provide the nitrogen for my grass. I have 0 applied nitrogen to my operation. And the pastures that I operate on have not been disturbed soil-wise for 50, maybe 75 years. I don't even know when. I've lived there 25 years and they were long well established at that point. They're permanent pastures. I do everything possible to not disturb that sod and keep it in place. Irrigated lands program fee, while the total that I pay is not a huge amount of money, it does come out of what is available in my operation to do other things. At this point, it equals an irrigation head gate or a culvert to improve irrigation efficiencies on my operation without having to pay that money to that regulatory fee. I would be able to make improvements that would go towards water quality. With that, I strongly urge you to consider option 4 as we move forward. And I thank you for your time. And I know you've been up in our neck of the woods a number of times, but the invitation is always open. Please come up. Thank you.
Thank you. It is a beautiful area of the state, obviously. I mean, and I can see the motivation to keep it that way is very high. And you guys are doing that. With that, I think we can have a discussion here amongst the board members, which direction we think we want to go.
I think we may have one more comment
there's one more. I'm sorry.
online. 1 second, I'm trying to.
Okay. Yeah.
We actually may have 2. So we have Alturas Ranches that wants to speak.
Gregory Wolfen and Leslie Boyle have their hands raised.
Okay.
Let me promote them. Mr. Wolfen, you can speak if you like.
Good morning, everybody. So I I work with the Pit River Tribe. I'm a part of tribal leadership as well. But my comments are from myself as a member of the tribe and or a citizen of the tribe and a member of the community. And so I guess first and foremost, the tribe, what I can say is that we do support the collection of data, as much data as possible, everything from temperature, flow, everything else along the Pit River and associated tributaries. At one time, we depended wholly on the health and conditions of the Pit River and tributaries. That's where a lot of our culture is based upon, the environment, ecosystem, et cetera, but also our society. And so when we're attempting to revitalize culture, revitalize practices, whether it's subsistence-based fishing, hunting, gathering, it's along these tributaries and it's along these riparian zones. And so when we have a connection to the waterways and we associate grazing with some of the turbidity and sometimes there are the cyanobacteria blooms throughout the summer months. We associate that with grazing. And so I did attend a meeting, a site visit in October, and it made me kind of open my eyes and understand what the Irrigated Lands Project was attempting to do. I did attend the site visit to the Hat Creek Ranch, with the water board staff and stakeholders, and really kind of understood there's a difference between what the project was intending to do compared to some of the rice farms where you have some of those discharges into the Pit River and you just connecting those water quality issues with some of these large scale projects. And so what I can say is I'm grateful to attend that site visit because I was able to inform the local bands as well as a tribe that this project wasn't there to harm, I guess, harm the water body and runoffs. And so that's where my stance was, is being there, being educated, talking with water board staff and having some calls afterwards as well, and then being informed. And so as Adam reported earlier that we had no comment or issues with it, just due to my participation in the October site visit of 2024, but also just from some general research and conversations with water board staff. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. And Mindy, you said you had one more.
Yes, Leslie Boyle with Alturas Ranches.
Ms. Boyle, you can unmute.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Sure, feel free to turn your camera on if you like.
Very good. Well, you may not want that, but okay. Let's see. Very good.
Thank you.
Good morning. As I said, my name's Leslie Boyle. I am the CEO at Alturas Ranches. I've been here just over 20 years. Appreciate the opportunity to speak here today. And I hope to provide a little more insight into the uniqueness of our area up here and the South Fork of the Pitt River. Barry Swinson is the owner of Alturas Ranches along with his family. His first trip to Modoc was in 1951 on a hunting trip with his grandfather. He told me when he came here, his dream as a child was to own 10 acres of farm ground. In 1997, he purchased what was then Lynetta Farms from John Hancock Insurance Company and renamed it Alturas Ranches. As it stands today, Alturas Ranches is just over 31,000 acres in Modoc and Lassen counties. Our cropping choices here in the high desert are very limited in comparison to Sacramento Valley and other areas of California. We have limited rainfall, a short growing season, and because of these limitations, we have to align ourselves with environmentally sustainable practices in the care of both the land and our water resources. Alturas Ranch's main crops are alfalfa, wild rice, and grass hay. We also utilize small grains as a rotation. I was fortunate enough to have the opportunity to provide a tour last fall. It allowed us to share some of the stewardship practices that we implement here on the ranch. South Fork of the Pitt River enters Alturas Ranches approximately 13 miles south of the town of Alturas through 3 canals spaced across the valley floor. The water of the South Fork Valley begins its journey on the ranch in our southernmost wild rice paddies. The flow continues paddy to paddy for approximately 5 miles. There it's moved back into the canal system and utilized in the center pivot systems that are irrigating the alfalfa crops on the eastern and western slopes here on the ranch. The irrigation practices utilized here are designed to minimize runoff and leaching. Our irrigation techniques ensure water is used efficiently and tailored to the needs of our crops and also the capacity of our land. We practice balanced nutrient management by applying fertilizers judiciously based on soil tests and crop requirements, minimizing any potential impact on ground and surface waters. Applying pesticides becomes necessary. There is no straying from the belief that the label is the law. As one of the largest growers of wild rice in California, it's important for us to share a little bit about that crop here today, as it's such a large part of our operation. It's not a variety of rice, but is an aquatic grass. It itself provides a variety of stewardship benefits that we feel are important to our overall operation. A few of these benefits that are not probably widely known outside of the small grower community are wild rice does act as a natural filter absorbing nutrients like nitrogen and phosphorus. Excuse me. It can provide sediment stabilization as it reduces turbidity, removing some of that sediment. It's a comparatively low input crop, which reduces the need for fertilizers and pesticides. And it is more resilient than other crops to varying water levels and temperatures, which makes it one of the few crops ideal for our little corner of California. The crops that are grown in our area are not considered high dollar crops. For ranches and farms to survive in the high desert, we have to be committed to environmental stewardship as part of our everyday practices. These practices have been consistent and proactive long before any regulatory framework was in place. We respectfully request that this board consider granting the Pitt River watershed an exemption from the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. Thank you for your time today and your consideration in this matter.
Okay, are there any more, Mindy? Okay, I want to really thank everybody that came here. I mean, it's a long drive and it's not a beautiful drive in parts, I know. But I appreciate you all showing up and participating virtually if that's what you needed to do. It is a very special part of California. I've fished up there quite a bit and I enjoy the area immensely. And I know you scratch out a living in a pretty demanding environment up there, and you've established a stewardship history. So from that standpoint, I think we can have a discussion about the options that were presented.
Okay, I have some questions maybe for staff at this point. I was thank you again for the presentation. It's clear that the ILRP is not a well-suited program to be applied in the Pitt River. However, to some of the tribal concerns that were raised relative to ongoing monitoring, can we talk a little bit about what you said, Olivia, relative to the swamp program and opportunities there are there? But can we also talk a little bit about the DPR presence up in the Pitt River as well relative to pesticide use?
Department of Pesticide Regulation doesn't do any pesticide monitoring up there. The Department of Water Resources does use, Swamp pays for Department of Water Resources to do some base monitoring. They don't do pesticides or toxicity.
So I can just a little bit of clarification around that. So two things. One is we have a swamp program. It's a surface water ambient monitoring program. And depending on the funding and how much funding we are getting, we can prioritize projects throughout the Central Valley to monitor the ambient water quality. Right now, most of our swamp dollars goes to sampling for E. coli in different waterways. It's called the Safe to Swim Monitoring Program. But we also fund right now monitoring for DWR in the Sacramento River system. And, to the extent we, have funding, we can certainly, every now and again propose check-in monitoring in certain areas if there's a board priority for that. And monitoring is the funding is the real question. And right now it's, as you well know, right now the funding is not ideal, but hopefully that will change.
No, I do want to, Chair Bradford, I think you were with that call. I do think that the more difficult decision that the board has to make is number one. I think you're absolutely accurate that the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, as it's developed over the years, has become very focused on groundwater impacts, particularly in the South Valley, and particularly how they impact disadvantaged communities. That's not the program that we have here. But, to be totally candid, swamp is one of the areas that experienced some of the most dramatic cuts under the state budget. We may not have any budget to do swamp monitoring in this area. DPR does not do monitoring in this area. Really, the only water quality monitoring that's consistently done is the monitoring that's conducted at the monitoring sites under the Irrigated Lands program. So that's the trade-off. I think the flip side of that is that monitoring has showed that there are virtually no water quality exceedances. It's a relatively limited monitoring program, at least based on the standards in the South Valley. But that really is the big trade-off, and I think it's limited because, if you keep monitoring those sites, you're probably going to see no more impacts, very, very limited impacts at those sites. And deploying a much more extensive monitoring program, maybe you'll discover something, but that would be going in the exact opposite direction. That would be extremely increasing the cost of this program. A lot of the coalition's costs are rolled into that monitoring program and reporting to the board. So, to be completely candid, swamp is not something that we can rely upon in the future for monitoring. We did have an allocation this year. It's committed to particularly Safe to Swim, particularly in those areas that disadvantaged communities tend to recreate in. That's been the priority of the board in the past, and even that is under threat, kind of in terms of where the budget cuts have fallen. So I think that actually is one of the bigger trade-offs that we have in the program here. But again, the monitoring has not showed significant water quality impacts, but that monitoring would be abandoned if we were to eliminate the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program requirements in this watershed.
Right, and I understand that the resources are constantly being threatened, and that's regardless of, the current swamp situation, I suppose. But understood. But I think the fact of the matter is what you just said, Patrick, relative to this board and the decision before it is really weighing, there's obviously a pretty big regulatory burden here. There's a cost, and we've heard from ranchers and growers that it's too much. And that's on the one hand. On the other hand, is obviously we have to protect water quality. But as we've said, the threats to water quality are, I don't want to say negligible, but are fairly low. And so this board is obviously in a, we're here to make decisions, so we need to make a decision. And it's clear to me that the two options recommended by staff are the only two viable, realistic options. So we really should certainly, I would like to hear from the rest of the board, but I'm certainly weighing in favor heavily of exempting, understanding that the board's authority does not recede with the removal of the Pitt River from the ILRP. We're just making a statement that the ILRP is not the proper regulatory program for this watershed, and that should it be a priority amongst the board priorities to develop a different regulatory program, so be it. But at this point, I think the question is, whether to exempt, and I think I'm in favor of exempting.
Yeah, my comment, I heard all that you said, board member, but if swamp funding is not available, how do we address the water quality problems that are not unmonitored, How do we begin to address that? I'm in support of the program, but as we're talking about it, in the process of exemption, we have the reduced monitoring. Is that correct? Okay.
The reduced monitoring is actually what is being done right now.
Okay,
So the exemption would largely eliminate the regional board's monitoring in this watershed.
Okay, but then with that, where does it come in if there are any unmonitored problems that occur? The swamp is not any protection. We don't have that because of lack of funding. So that's the question I'm raising.
I think that's a tough decision, right? Because if there were water quality impacts, and I think the tribe has often, one of the bigger issues, and I think you heard Mr. Wolfen mention this, is harmful algal blooms. They regularly report to the state water board's harmful algal bloom portal. That is a tough water quality problem because it's rarely just a water quality problem. It has a lot to do with flow and with temperature as well. And certainly there's often a nutrient component as well. But I think those complaints will still be assessed, and that tends to be a high priority for the tribe there. And on occasion, we do have a harmful algal bloom response program that we work with. It is partially funded by SWAMP, so that funding is more exposed than, say, most of our core regulatory work, is how I'll put it. But we will still endeavor to respond to those type of environmental complaints within the watershed. Other water quality monitoring would not be conducted. But again, the water quality monitoring that has been conducted has largely, almost entirely shown no water quality impacts. So again, if this was an easy decision, it wouldn't come before you. Now, I suppose the board is here to make these tough decisions, and that's a decision before you.
So and I think, there is other presence in that watershed. The DPR doesn't do any regular monitoring, the Department of Pesticide Regulation, but they do have regulatory requirements for use of pesticides and use of their materials in that watershed. So there's ag commissioners, there's other presence in the watershed. And I think to me, the question, like Patrick said, is, do we keep monitoring and running the same monitoring to get the same answer. And, you know, to maintain a costly program on a group of folks that are in this area, to ask and answer the same question over and over again, to me seems that it you know, we either ask a different question, or we you know, kind of reevaluate the need of that current data set.
I think option number 4 makes sense. I think the Pitt River watershed, you know, the data is pretty solid. It's pretty clear that this specific terrain is very unique in its own way. And so it makes sense to give them an assumption. You know, they've shown that it's mostly legacy usage, and I think removing the fees would help the next generation, like build new culverts or whatever. And so I think it's pretty common. I think I'm there.
And just in terms of the exploration that we've done out there, now I would tend to be in favor of option 4 as well. Again, we will have to continuously assess what little information that we do have and respond to HAB requests as resources allow. But, you know, continuation of the monitoring is putting a burden on this program. And that's the mechanism that we have to continue the monitoring. If there was a different mechanism, I'd absolutely kind of use that instead. We've tried to reduce the irrigated lands conditions as much as possible. That's why they're on a reduced monitoring program, but still maintaining that infrastructure, maintaining the coalition support is a huge drain of resources. And I don't want to underestimate that. I think for valley floor agriculture, that's absolutely something that is critical. But for this watershed, this is kind of the toughest call that we'll have to make. But I am in favor because there is no other option that we have at our disposal. And I don't see the utility in continuing to maintain that. I will also kind of add, just to address one of the Mr. Wolfen's other comments, the grazing piece is not addressed by the irrigated lands regulatory program. That is something that falls outside of the irrigation. In irrigated lands. We regulate just those acres that are irrigated. So there is some irrigated pasture, to be sure, but the greater grazing program would not be affected, or grazing in general would not be affected by the board's action. So I know that there have been in the past some efforts at the State Water Board to develop a statewide grazing program. That is, efforts have, you know, come and gone. Generally speaking, and I think we have some experts on the line as well that have made contributions saying that grazing is a relatively limited water quality threat. But I just wanted to make it clear to this board that, you know, the grazing issues will still be out there as a contested issue, but that is not something that is necessarily implicated by the decision to move ahead with a exemption for the watershed.
Yeah, thank you very much, Patrick. And yeah, I was there for the 2017 tour, didn't make the one for 2023, but I definitely see the value in this. I just asked that question because it's something that we need to make sure we've covered all of our areas for protection of water quality. So I think it was an excellent presentation by Olivia and by both parties. Henry, our condolences to you, and also to Tammy and Bruce. Thank you guys. Bruce, you're always here. So appreciate the presentations done this morning.
There is one open.
No.
I mean,
And it almost sounded like she thought you're like gum on our shoe or something. Yeah, thanks everybody. I mean, I also am strongly in favor of option 4. I wish we had another mechanism to go back and sample on a 5-year or 10-year rotation occasionally, or if there was a harmful algal bloom that wasn't obviously related to high temperatures or low flow, that there was a mechanism to fund some monitoring in that event. But having said that, And given the reality of our funding situation, I would encourage staff to move ahead with option 4. And it sounds like we have a consensus from the board members that are here.
Absolutely. And I will say with respect to harmful algal blooms, that's one area where we are trying to invest, and the state is trying to invest in remote sensing technology that would allow us to respond to harmful algal blooms without needing the infrastructure of a coalition to be there. So everything from satellite technology, those type of components to track harmful algal blooms, understand their scope and the drivers behind them is a major effort that will continue here at the regional board and at the state water board as well. So that issue, I can safely say we will continue to utilize all available resources to address, because it is a statewide issue. Stockton has them, all the watersheds in the state tend to have them. So we will continue to try and address those as we have resources. And I would note, even if we do, if we pursue option 4, and then if the board makes the decision to exempt the watershed, I would like to note that Supervisor Cole did say that the invitation is always open, and I assume that that invitation extends even if we do exempt the watershed. So, Mark, you could still go up there on your way to a fishing trip.
So what are the next steps here?
The board would not be making the decision on the exemption today. Instead, it would be, what we've heard, and I think that's sufficient, is a strong support from the board to tee this matter up to a future board hearing on option 4, which would be an exemption. I think it would be the team that you see up there right now. Olivia, fantastic presentation. Olivia is relatively new to the board. You would not know that from the presentation. Very, very well done. And at a future board meeting, we would bring this matter for an exemption in the same way that we did the Goose Lake watershed and the Upper Feather River. And that would come before you. It would be open, and that would be the final decision would be made there.
And when do you think that would come before the board?
I'll give Adam. He's probably more in the weeds on that one.
I get to be on the hot seat.
I'm pushing him as soon as possible. Kind of given what we've heard today.
We'll start working on it, and I'd look to see something in front of the board around the fall time would be ideal, depending on whether or not any complications arise. I think we've got most everything we need to do this, and it could be sooner in that case, just barring the unforeseen.
Ideally, we'd have it up in Reading and have a little celebration up there for these folks. So if
targeting
October. October.
So we do have an August board meeting, and October is tentatively scheduled for Reading.
Okay. Okay.
Love to do it in August, if we're on an accelerated time frame, and if it slips, we'll get it till October.
I guess one question on that: when are our ILRP fees due for 2025?
It's a good question.
I think they might have already gone out. Not certain though. I'd have to check on that.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
The packet is sitting on my desk at home.
I think it's a calendar year is kind of how they mail them out, but it's for the future year.
So it sounds like the due date for this year's fees is going to be before the board hears.
Yeah.
Okay. Bruce, do you have something to say?
Yeah, all the subwatersheds of the Sacramento Valley have been invoiced for the water quality fee. It's based on what the acreage is in July, but by the time we submit our participant list, the state board sends us an invoice and we pay it. We pay it like in March. So Pitt River's already paid. You have paid, right, Tammy? No, they have. We've already collected this year's state water quality fees for them. So if you can do this by August, that would be great.
Okay.
Okay, so if there's no more discussion on this, I think we can close the hearing on agenda item 9, the Pitt River. And again, thanks, everybody. Great presentations and discussions. And hopefully we can move forward with this in the near term. The next item on the agenda is the Delta Regional Monitoring Program update, which is an informational item only. And Patrick, I was curious roughly how long that one would take.
I think Adam, again.
If we have any commenters.
We don't have many commenters. We've got a basically about a 25-minute presentation by the Delta Regional Monitoring Program and a couple introductory remarks by staff, and that'll be it. So 30 minutes. Oh, we have one comment. Oh, I consider Mike to be on the presentation, so he's going to be up there too. So about 25-minute presentation.
Okay, I think we should probably move forward with that then, and then take a lunch break after that.
And there are no commenters online.
Okay, we're going to take another bio break real quick upon request. So we'll be back in 5 or 10 minutes. Thanks.
just a brief presentation today on the Delta Regional Monitoring Program. I have some brief opening remarks, which I think I should have some slides somewhere. Just really quick, want to run through a few things. Do I need to ask you guys to advance the slides, or do I do them here? Okay, hold on. Oh, I figured it out. Thank you. So Sacramento San Joaquin Delta, just some, I guess, fun facts here. It's really the largest single source of drinking water for the state. Over 25 million people receive drinking water from the Delta. Massive amount of irrigation supply, habitat, and recreational water body. So the board, before the Delta Regional Monitoring Program, the board basically the only uncoordinated monitoring, the monitoring that was occurring in the Delta was really associated with regulatory programs. So it would be the wastewater treatment plants within the Delta. It would be municipal stormwater, cities and counties doing some form of monitoring in the Delta. In and around the time that the pelagic organism decline was becoming, getting a lot of widespread concern, there was a recognized need by the State Water Board and the Regional Water Board for some sort of coordinated monitoring program, not dissimilar to what we have, down in the Bay Area for which is the San Francisco Estuary Institute. And so they put quite a bit of funding and resources towards developing a regional monitoring program. So what came out of that is we established a Delta Regional Monitoring Program in 2013. And really what established that program was an initial change to about 21 Delta NPDES permits that allowed the permittees to reduce their individual monitoring in the Delta in the receiving water monitoring, and essentially trade that cost to support a regional or collaborative monitoring program in the Delta. The initial entity that implemented this program was Aquatic Sciences Center, and they're associated with the San Francisco Estuary Institute. So here's just an example. I pulled this out of the CWIX data system. This is right before essentially it's about 5 years worth of monitoring data, and it's pH data, upstream and downstream. I don't want to make you sick looking at the information, but just upstream and downstream of a treatment plant. And what we found with this data set is we know what we're going to get. There's many years of this data. And certainly it gives us some information, and it is somewhat useful when establishing effluent limits for things like ammonia. You need to have some understanding of what the pH is in the receiving water body, but we didn't need weekly pH receiving water monitoring. And we worked with our dischargers to reduce that monitoring and instead fund a collaborative monitoring program that we'll discuss a little bit more about later on what that program does. But that's the kind of monitoring that our staff attempted to work with the permittees to reduce. So I mentioned before we had an implementing entity that was Aquatic Sciences Center. There were some concerns raised, a number of concerns raised that the program from an Aquatic Sciences Center, they weren't getting the resources that the program needed. They're a long ways away from the Delta and the Delta permittees. Also, from our staff perspective, it was very difficult to work in the construct the Aquatic Sciences Center had for this program. So what we did was, and that IMP is supposed to be implementation. That was a typo that I forgot to fix. But those are some of the concerns that were raised in general. In 2021, our staff worked very hard to essentially work with the permittees to revamp this program and bring it to the Delta. And so what we did was we moved this program and created a new implementing entity, and I think we'll have Melissa Turner speak about that in a few minutes. But that's The new implementing entity started in 2021. And it provides a lot more structure for how it works with the regional board, and also a lot more accountability in the way resources are allocated and the reports and other things that are being produced. With that, I'd like to just first of all, we have a couple of our staff here that work on this program. And if you guys want to, I guess I introduce you. I have Ryan Brown and Meredith Howard. Meredith is our planning program manager, and Ryan is our lead staff on this program. So just wanted you all to get a chance to meet them. And I can also now introduce Melissa Turner. She's our program manager for the Delta Regional Monitoring Program. And she can come take this, and certainly Mike Wakeman and Debbie Webster or Debbie Mackey. You can come up here, and they're also our board members on the implementing entity.
Which button did you use, the arrows?
Do not use the arrows.
Not the
Use
arrows.
the mouse wheel.
Okay. Great. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us here to speak about the Delta Regional Monitoring Program. I think Mindy might be queuing up or somebody in the back is queuing up slides, possibly. Yeah, okay. I'll go ahead and introduce myself again. My name is Melissa Turner. I am the Delta Regional Monitoring Program Manager. My goal today is to give an overview of why the program was created, including its goals, objectives, and mission, highlighting the value stakeholders find in the program. My presentation includes some highlights of research and products that the Delta RMP has produced, and we'll end with a look of what's coming up in the next 5 years. Okay. The Delta Regional Monitoring Program was initiated in officially 2013. I think actually was implemented starting in 2014 under the encouragement of the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board, with the primary goal of tracking and documenting the effectiveness of beneficial use protection and restoration efforts through comprehensive monitoring of water quality constituents and their effects in the Delta. The DRMP is a stakeholder-directed project formed to develop water quality data necessary for improving our understanding of Delta water quality issues. The goal of this effort is to better coordinate and design current and future monitoring activities in and around the Delta to create a cost-effective approach for providing critically needed water quality information to better inform policy and regulatory decisions of the Central Valley Water Board and other federal, state, and local agencies and organizations. You can see here the map of the legal Delta on your left. Here's some examples of the various logos, entities, agencies that have been involved and participated in the Delta RMP. The primary goal of the Delta Regional Monitoring Program is to provide coordinated Delta-wide monitoring, reporting, and assessment of water quality while pursuing the following objectives. Improve the efficiency of water quality data collection and management in the Delta. Generate products that inform and educate the public, agencies, and decision makers. Raise awareness of Delta water quality conditions and how they impact beneficial uses. Foster independent science, objective peer review, and a transparent review process. Our mission is to better inform decisions on protecting and restoring beneficial uses of water by producing objective and cost-effective scientific information critical to understanding regional water quality conditions and trends in the Delta. The overall Delta RMP mission is to better inform decisions on protecting and restoring beneficial uses of water. Oh, wait, sorry, skip that one. Got a little sidetracked. So this slide here goes through the 4 main values that we find within the regional monitoring program. The main value is that it is a stakeholder-driven and transparent process. All data generated, once validated, are freely available to the public. It is adaptable and flexible. Our committee structure and periodic program reviews make the DRMP able to respond to changing management activities and priorities while advancing our science and understanding. Another key value is that the DRMP is a cost-effective and efficient solution for permit compliance. Over 50% of the annual budget, around $1 million annually, goes toward direct costs of monitoring and covering field data collection and laboratory analysis. The program also leverages in-kind contributions from state and federal agencies worth over $250,000 each year.
The DRMP has a collaborative culture. The program seeks to inform a range of often competing interests, such as habitat restoration, flood protection, water supply, in an environment that encourages objectivity, consensus building, and science-based decision-making. The DRMP is a California nonprofit public benefit corporation and guided by a governing board and advisory committees. The makeup of the board of directors, executive committee, and steering committee, as well as the technical advisory committees, is comprised of stakeholders, including regulatory and regulated entities. So here on this slide, you've got a visual representation of the different stakeholders. No need to try to squeeze your eyes and read it all. But the main thing is that you can see by color that you've got, for example, ag at the very top, which is a stakeholder group, and the board of directors, it's a dark blue. That carries over to the steering committee and the other areas. The board of directors includes entities that participate in the Delta Regional Monitoring Program as part of their permit compliance. It includes agriculture, publicly owned treatment works, stormwater such as MS4s, water supply, habitat restoration, flood management, and then a single at-large seat. And then if you move over to your right a little from that left column, the executive committee is a subset of the board of directors comprised of the president, vice president, secretary, and treasurer. Debbie Mackey is the president. Mike Wakeman is our vice president. And then over one more column to your right is the steering committee. And this is a standing advisory committee to the board of directors and consists of representatives of similar categories to the board of directors, but also includes additional categories of the various regulatory agencies, and then also representatives of dredgers, coordinated monitoring, and resource agencies. Another way to look at this is our organization chart, which gives you an insight into not only the stakeholders that are part of this, but how we kind of connect together and communicate both up and down along this org chart. The slide shows the organization structure of the DRMP with the nonprofit at the very top, and then with the committees of the board, such as the executive committee, below them on the left, and the advisory committees, and which includes the finance committee and steering committee on the right. So again, those committees are advising the board, and the board makes the final decision. The steering committee is charged with the responsibility for advising the board of directors on strategic direction, policy and procedures to implement in a manner consistent with regulatory conditions and priorities, direction to the TACs, which are the technical advisory committees, on priorities, constraints, and management questions, as well as advising on work products and any other plans or directions. Below the steering committee are the 6 current technical advisory committees. We currently have a TAC for mercury, current use pesticides, and aquatic toxicity, a toxicity identification evaluation advisory committee, which is connected to our current use pesticide group, which is charged with a rapid response when there's toxicity that occurs in our sampling. Constituents of emerging concern, nutrients, which also includes harmful algal blooms, and then a data management advisory committee. In the past, we've had a pathogen group. That was one of our TACs, but it's no longer an active advisory committee. The TACs are established to provide recommendations to the steering committee and the board of directors regarding technical recommendations for the implementation of a specific project or monitoring sector. The TACs are made up of 3 regulated entity representatives and 3 regulatory representatives. In addition, we have 3 seats, so we can have 6 to 9 members on a TAC committee. The additional 3 seats are set aside for experts in that field. TACs are consensus-based and work to fulfill the direction of the steering committee. The DRMP stakeholders are key in shaping our priorities. The stakeholders partner in developing strategies that focus on common goals and priorities. For example, the DRMP recently went through a process to identify the needs and priorities for future nutrient monitoring. And we just completed a 3-year nutrient multi-year work plan, which includes 3 different focus areas where we've identified during our planning process. The steering committee was able to identify which data gaps were of the highest interest and provide direction to the nutrient TAC to develop a multi-year work plan. In addition, the DRMP has developed a new process for collaborative planning, which has resulted in a 5-year plan that allocates resources amongst the different monitoring sectors, those different TACs that I just showed you, for monitoring, planning, and reporting. The DRMP develops an annual monitoring work plan, which is submitted to the regional board for approval and uses the 5-year long-term planning process to inform that annual submittal. The 5-year long-term plan is then reviewed and updated every 3 years. Okay, so you might be asking at this point, now you know all about us, what do we actually do? The DRMP is focused on monitoring to answer key scientific questions in the Delta that inform management decisions of various stakeholders. Our key monitoring areas include the current use pesticides, or CUP, the CECs, constituents of emerging concerns, mercury, and nutrients. As I mentioned, we previously had a pathogen monitoring sector, which was developed to help with a pathogen basin plan amendment at that time. It's a good example of where the monitoring was coordinated and implemented to help inform a regulatory process. And then once that process was completed, the RMP focused to constituents of emerging concern, which is in parallel to efforts at the statewide or the state board to conduct CECs on a statewide level. For each of these monitoring sectors, the first step in developing a monitoring program is planning. So that's your bright yellow circle there. And again, you'll see between these 3 circles of planning, monitoring, and reporting, you've got the arrows. They continuously go between these 3 areas. During the planning process, we identify data gaps, determine priorities, and then the steering committee provides direction to the TAC to develop a study design that is hypothesis-driven. Once the study design is approved, monitoring occurs to collect data as dictated in the Delta Regional Monitoring Plan Data Management Plan, with the goal of transparency and data quality reliability. Then the final step is reporting. The DRMP creates annual reports which assess whether or not we've conducted the monitoring as planned. This includes completeness, precision, accuracy, and then summarizes that work for that year. And then in many cases, the RMP will develop an interpretive report to evaluate multiple years of monitoring and then put it in the context of regulatory frameworks and beneficial use protection. So we have a lot to balance between our objectives and our resources. To achieve these objectives, the water in creating and developing water quality data, producing products, having awareness, and then also keeping with that independent science, we have to balance that with our resources of money, time, and people. The long-term planning process has helped to allocate resources across years relative to upcoming policy decisions and management priorities to inform monitoring and reporting. This graph here shows the Delta Regional Monitoring Program annual budgets over the last decade from 2015 through 2026. The blue line shows kind of the $1 million mark, just to make that a little easier. The intent of this is just to show you the amount that has been budgeted in our annual program from year to year, starting with the first fiscal year of 2015-16. You can see that the budgets vary from year to year, but a majority of the money goes to the monitoring sectors, which is that dark blue color compared to the light blue. The light blue is more of the programmatic administrative costs. And then if you notice that fiscal year 2020-21 looks a little low, do remember that we were in COVID at that time. Yeah. All right, so getting into some of our monitoring sectors and what we've learned, why they've been important, and where we're at now. The DRMP began monitoring for current use pesticides and associated water column toxicity in 2015 to fulfill a knowledge gap about the concentration of pesticides within the Delta and the potential impact on aquatic life. And we evaluate algae, invertebrates, amphipods, and fish with our toxicity testing. Adam mentioned the pelagic organism decline. That was a very big catalyst for encouraging more of a region-wide monitoring, not only to look at pesticides, but also toxicities at the same time. USGS has been conducting the monitoring and pesticide analysis since 2015, with more than 150 pesticides being analyzed. We have seen some detections of pesticides, but in general, at low levels and with very minimal toxicity. Regional board funds have been used to support laboratory analysis over the last 9 years. The DRMP has benefited from both USGS in-kind funds, which has allowed for more value within the program, as well as with regional board funding to help supplement. Data are also publicly available through CEDN in addition to the USGS website. One of our challenges in this program and with the current use pesticides has been maximizing the benefits of analyzing for pesticides, over 150 suite of analytes using a more research cutting edge method, which has lower detections, but may not be consistent with some regulatory requirements. So overall, it is a robust and unique data set that is invaluable for understanding pesticide detections in the Delta. Next, we have our mercury monitoring. The information collected as part of the Delta RMP mercury monitoring sector has been critical for implementing the Delta methylmercury TMDL and also informative for regulatory decisions related to water quality improvements and ecosystem restoration in the Delta. This monitoring has provided essential data for regulators implementing the TMDL and contributes to ongoing analytical work by DWR. The DRMP was the only program collecting these data for the last 7 years and has resulted in a better understanding of mercury concentrations in both fish tissue and water. Regional board staff have used these data to inform the 2020 Delta Mercury Control Program, including phase 2 options. This is our largest data set of mercury concentrations in the Delta. Since 2022, the monitoring has rotated into a long-term planning stage. We completed that study design, and so we've gone into our interpretive report phase, as well as looking into what we will do in the future. An interpretive report was developed with a primary audience of the regional board, as well as methylmercury TMDL stakeholders, and has an objective to assess trends and evaluate other factors impacting trends in methylmercury concentrations. Data utilized in this report include data from 2016 to 2022 and will be accompanied by a 4-page mercury fact sheet. Nutrients. Nutrient concentrations in the Delta contribute to various water quality problems, such as increased production of blue-green algae, invasive aquatic macrophytes, low phytoplankton production, low dissolved oxygen, and nutrient-related problems in drinking water systems. In addition, the State Water Board is considering statewide water quality objectives for nutrients, other biostimulatory substances, and cyanotoxins. Therefore, understanding nutrients in the Delta is of high priority for all of our RMP stakeholders. The RMP has contributed to a variety of efforts with nutrients, including a nutrient synthesis report, contributing to the Delta Nutrient Research Plan, biogeochemical modeling, participating in a chlorophyll sensor intercomparison study, and has helped fund USGS nutrient mapping surveys, which has led to their additional long-term funding for their USGS monitoring efforts. And here you can see this is some of that mapping effort that's been done by USGS. It's an impressive product of their efforts that is available online, and they have a wealth of data that have been collected with some of the seed money from the Delta Regional Monitoring Program. It is their efforts now are funded by multiple agencies. Okay, oh, did I skip them? All right. So that covers our main monitoring sectors. And oh, sorry, I've got one more. With the nutrients, wanted to highlight our multi-year study plan that I mentioned earlier. That is one of our new collaborative approaches as we rotate between planning, monitoring, and then reporting. We've just completed this nutrient multi-year study plan and have started now with the implementation of it. This began in 2024. Well, the implementation of it began in 2024, and the work plan is aimed at addressing data gaps associated with low nutrient scenarios and harmful algal blooms to inform management decisions. So we've got 3 focus areas within this multi-year study plan. The first being biogeochemical modeling, with the intent to utilize a series of model scenarios to assess what ranges of nutrient concentrations are expected if there is a reduction in nutrient loading from point and non-point sources. Then to assist with understanding ecological effects of nutrient reductions, a bioassay study is going to be implemented to evaluate thresholds that can limit harmful algal blooms and support growth of desirable phytoplankton. And then we have another area, our third area, which we call HAB collaboration for short. And this is where we have funds set aside to leverage collaboration opportunities with other entities and agencies. So we have money set aside to be able to contribute to other funding efforts that are centered on understanding more about harmful algal blooms. Now we're on our last one, the CECs. So the constituents of emerging concern or CECs encompass any physical, chemical, biological, or radiological substance of matter or matter in the environment that may pose a risk to human and or ecological health, and for which there is not a regulatory standard. In many cases, CECs are not regularly monitored, nor are their fate, transport, or toxicology well understood. CECs include a wide variety of constituents, including per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, or PFAS, pharmaceuticals, personal care products, flame retardants, disinfection byproducts, certain urban pesticides, microplastics, nanomaterials, and numerous biological agents. That's in general, that's coming from the state board and their definition of CECs. They are increasingly being detected at low levels in surface water, and there is a concern that these constituents have an impact on aquatic life. Within the Delta Regional Monitoring Program, a pilot study for the monitoring of CECs in the Delta was designed by DRMP stakeholders based on State Water Board guidance to better understand methods of evaluating ambient concentrations and sources of CECs in different Central Valley surface water scenarios. The main goal of the pilot study, which was a 3-year study that began in 2020, was to inform water board managers of status and trends of CECs in water. The first year of monitoring included monitoring of water, sediment, fish, and bivalves. Year 2 added additional source locations, including effluent and stormwater runoff. And then year 3 was designed as an attenuation study, which was downstream of 2 wastewater treatment plants. We are currently in the process of developing a CEC interpretive report to evaluate the data collected under the pilot project and use that data to inform future monitoring designs. All right, so what is coming next? Now we're getting into our next 5 years and what our current planning process is. The DRMP conducted its most recent long-term planning this last summer in 2024 to develop guidance for the next 5 years. During this process, we came up with 5 key takeaways from our stakeholders that we're using to help inform the next 5-year priorities. The first is identify ways to connect monitoring to fish and food web monitoring and use other programs. And this is all centered around our current monitoring sector priorities. So one key takeaway is that we do have the right priorities. We are going to keep with current use pesticides, nutrients, mercury, and CECs, but we could add a little bit more, right, to connect to these other programs, especially with aquatic life. Our second key takeaway was we have the correct effort in our priorities. So that 3-pronged diagram I had of the planning, the monitoring, and the reporting, our stakeholders felt that we had the right amount of allocation to each of those things, including the amount of time we're taking for some of our planning efforts. There is an overall consensus in all of our takeaways of more coordination, which is also one of our strongest values of the program. So with this takeaway to increase efforts to synthesize information collected and coordinate with other programs. And then we have our third takeaway, which is that we do have an emphasis and we want to continue this emphasis on outreach and coordination. And with this, we used to have a vehicle to use the SEP funds, the Supplemental Environmental Program funds. So that is another priority to try to work with regional board to identify how we could do that again. There's an intent to maximize efforts to conduct outreach with other collaborators and then coordinate to maximize resources and identify data gaps. Our fourth takeaway is that the holistic approach is a benefit. So rather than having disparate monitoring that's happening, to look at the Delta as a whole and try to set up our study designs and programs with that. The takeaway here is that evaluating water quality concerns holistically rather than through individual permit requirements is still a high value. And then our last one, which we asked this of our stakeholders, was 5 years the right time to be looking at our long-term planning? And the consensus was yes, that was a good time step to be able to do that. All right, so when we look ahead to our next 5 years, this graph here is showing the focus on implementing the nutrient multi-year study plan, which is that dark green color, that is our nutrients. You can see that a good amount for fiscal year 24-25, and then 25-26 is where we get a larger proportion of that going to our nutrient monitoring. But it continues really for the next 5 years as we implement our 3-year work plan, our study plan. And then from there, we move into planning for our future CECs. So the CECs is more of that bright green, which is a smaller amount, but that is mostly because we are doing more planning at this point. And then we will be evaluating our pesticide data collected over the last 6 years, and we're using that to inform future monitoring. So the current use pesticide is the light blue color, which we're finishing up this year with our data reports. We'll go into a little planning, and there's an intent to keep some monitoring moving forward. So we're looking into special studies. And then that dark blue is our mercury monitoring, where we just completed the interpretive report this spring, and then we'll move into our long-term planning. We actually have a meeting next week to talk more about that direction. And then the intent is to be doing more mercury monitoring starting in fiscal year 28-29. With this too, this allocation of funds and budget is also rested amongst regulatory drivers, such as the statewide biostimulatory policy effort and concern with HABs, the mercury human health concerns in coordination with the Safe to Eat work group, the statewide CEC efforts and EPA draft criteria, and then also the pyrethroid research plan and the need to understand pesticides in the Delta and changes in product use. And if you want to find out more about our program, we do have a website. You can use the QR code. We have also a couple emails. You can reach out to me anytime if you have any questions. We also have the program administrator, Jennifer Glenn, who is not here, but does a lot of work for the program. And our information's here. And then, I don't know, Adam, if you want.
Yeah, we can, if there's any questions, I know that, I don't know whether Mike or Debbie want to speak, have anything they want to say now or answer questions or anything like that. It's up to you guys.
Yeah, I'll say something. This program started out a long time ago. Debbie and I remember when it first started out, and we've gone through several different phases. We've had some bumpy roads along the way, but I think now we're, I could say, finally grown up and moving forward. I'd like to thank Adam and Meredith for all the time and effort that they've put into this program. We've had some difficult roads at some points in time, but I think we're to the point now where we're really generating some good information and ideas of what's going on in the Delta. And I want to thank Patrick for patience with us. We've had several meetings over the years with issues we've had through the program, but I think it is a program that if the board keeps supporting the industry as ag, and I think the POTWs and everybody who's involved sees a value of doing coordinated monitoring in the Delta instead of, you know, some hodgepodge like Adam was talking about, really not doing some coordination of what we're looking at data. And I think it's good that the program is moving forward. Adam's big joke to me is, I'm going to spend your money, because I'm always about the budget, make sure we keep it in control and it doesn't get out of control, but that it's used for useful information that we can use as we move forward. So again, thank you for the effort from the regional board. And on our side, I thank all the POTWs and the ag people for being patient with those of us who have been pushing this forward, trying to get it to a stage that we have it now, where we're looking at important things that I think all of us are concerned about.
Yeah, thank you, Debbie Mackey. I have the privilege, or not so much, we'll see what we say, of serving as both the steering committee co-chair with Adam, and then as the Delta RMP, the nonprofits president at this point. But I also was there at the beginning and pre-beginning, and I want to echo some of Mike's sentiments. I think that I would encourage you to look at this project as you look at CV salts. It is a stakeholder driven collaborative process that the board has supported, that is producing results and information so much beyond what individual results would be. And we see that, I know Adam showed you initially some of the POTW monitoring. It was like, yes, we saw upstream, downstream, a lot of effort and money. And now we've got information that's Delta wide that no longer existed. That I shouldn't say no longer existed, that didn't exist in the past. And it's answering some of those questions. And there was a lot of questions and a lot of things flying around back when especially there was the pod concerns were front and center. And this has helped answer some questions. It's promoted more science. I think Melissa was showing you like the USGS, we funded their first year and everyone looked at it and said, this is great science. And so now they have funding from other areas, or we've added to other areas. And so we've been able to collaborate with different programs, with different stakeholders, and in the nonprofit sense, we have set ourselves up to be able to get grant funding, to be able to increase our public benefit for water quality monitoring in the Delta, while coordinating and collaborating with the regional board, with you, trying to work on those together on those priority issues. And so just want to say this, I feel like this is one of your main programs too. We really appreciate the board's support. It does take a lot of effort on everybody's part to do this, but the results and what we're learning is so much more valuable than what we had a decade ago with the individual monitoring, and just really would love you to know as both a stakeholder and a representative of the RMP, just how valuable we find that. So thanks.
So I think just really quick, as Patrick mentioned earlier, we can't rely on our swamp funding anymore to do some of this critical monitoring. And at a time when it's important that we understand some of these issues. Great examples of where this program's really stepped in, and maybe Mark was on the board at the time, but there was a lot of questions about POTWs and the CECs. Are we monitoring for CECs? What do we know about them? Are they showing up in effluent? And so rather than task each and every one of our permittees to do their own monitoring, what we started with was the CEC monitoring in the Delta Regional Monitoring Program, and looking at specific, a couple example POTWs and example MS4s or municipal stormwater, to better understand what it is that might be there, and whether or not we should be concerned, and whether or not we should be asking for different types of monitoring. That reduces the cost for everybody and helps us look at things in a more holistic way. I think that I did want to mention one last thing too, and Mike mentioned it. We have had some bumps in the road. There's been some challenging things, but it's a large stakeholder program, and I anticipate there'll be more bumps. But I think we've got the system to work through them. And it's some of the things we're trying to do with the cutting edge data. There are concerns that are raised regarding, well, is that data of the quality that to get into databases, things like that. So we have to navigate all of those issues. And, with our pesticides monitoring, that's one we're navigating right now, trying to get a third party review from US EPA and others to help us understand how that data may be used. So a lot of things going on. I just appreciate everyone's time.
No marriage is without its bumps, Adam. So I will second everything that Adam said. I know for those of you on the board, you may remember that 2021 hearing that really kind of represented a bit of a turning point, and not a bad turning point, I'll say. But I think leading up to that point, everybody participating in the regional monitoring program, as well as the regional board, and to a certain extent the state board as well, was kind of under the recognition that we all wanted to pull in the same direction, but something was stopping us. There was the arguments got a little too heated. And so everybody rolled up their sleeves and kind of worked towards the creation of a new kind of organizational structure, which, the board approved that resolution in 2021. And as we know, you study management, the structure actually influences the decision-making. And I think the structure that was just described really has aided in cleaner decision-making and decision-making that can support this program moving forward. And everybody that you see here, board staff and the folks that are working on the RMP, we're part of that process to help make this thing a success and chart a good path forward. So with that, I'll leave it to any questions that might be out there.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I was not frankly aware of how broad this coalition is that's supporting the program, and how far it's come, I think, since 2021 even. I was curious, and I think you already alluded to it, where Region 5 fits into this big picture. And you mentioned, somebody mentioned you're on the steering committee, Debbie and Adam. And we participate in all their meetings, and we're not out hiring contractors or doing sampling, but we're participating more than governance.
I think the restructuring of the TAC, and again, not to interfere with the folks who are actually going to these meetings, but the restructuring of the TAC, the Technical Advisory Committee, I think has been a much better forum where we as regulators can share what our needs are. The way that TAC is set up right now is it's kind of three pillars where you have the regulated entities, the regulators, and then experts in the field all making decisions about some of the technical merits about what the steering committee and what the board of directors is going to be funding over the next few years. So we get the science that we need. And really that's kind of where we need to exercise our strongest voice. So essentially that the stakeholders' money is being spent appropriately. That, at the end of the year, or at the end of the 5 years or whatever, with Mercury at the end of the 25 years, when the product is delivered to the regional board, we can say, absolutely, this is the science that we need to put in front of the board to make a decision, not, that's nice to have, but we actually needed X, Y, and Z. And I think that's where some of the points of disagreement were as we were kind of heading into 2021, and that reformulation and folks working out together has really paid dividends.
And just, I'm on the steering committee. Meredith's on the steering committee. He does a lot of the technical work, and so we definitely are participating. Actually, they would like us to participate more than we can afford to, given our staffing. So that's been the greatest challenge for us is being able to be there for as many of the conversations as we possibly can.
Good. Well, thank you. Really,
really and I just want to make one further comment on that. And I think it's very important because we don't, and Adam and Patrick alluded to this, is we don't want to be doing stuff that doesn't help inform your decisions. And that's the basics of the program. And, the input from regional board staff and the regional board is imperative to make this program work right. Okay. And so, yes, definitely continue that participation, knowing staffing shortages. So that's why we are always continually asking for more information from staff and stuff. So that input is extremely valuable to the organization.
I just want to say, when it comes to the CEC monitoring, I really appreciate the monitoring of microplastics. I think we're going to see a lot more of that, unfortunately, and I'm glad you guys have it on your radar. It's in everything we use daily. And so I really appreciate that component.
Okay, well, thank you again very much. Really helpful. And I assume we'll get a copy of the presentation. So I couldn't take notes that fast. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're going to wrap this up since we don't only have one more item on the agenda, and it's a pretty quick one, which is the election of the 2025 chair and vice chair. And I'll prelude this by my resignation as chair. I'm not putting my hand up this year, and I've really enjoyed being the chair, and I'm going to enjoy watching somebody else be the chair for the next year or two. And really this position, I didn't know this, but it was because Carl was here so long. I didn't realize other regions, it's designed to rotate every couple of years or so that all the board members get a chance to sit up here and be puppet master and push the buttons a little bit here and there. So with that, I'm going to move ahead and we can talk about nominations, and I'll hereby nominate Nick as the chair and Elena as the vice chair. So if they accept those nominations, they can have something to say.
Can we vote now?
You can actually,
Yeah,
you
pretty
know,
much.
see if there's any other nominations, and if there are none, you can vote to ratify that.
Well, I don't get to say, it's just like you're.
No, no,
Well,
it-
you
that's
voluntold.
it. That-
I-
that's it.
Voluntold.
I move that we elect Nick as the chair and Elena as the vice chair for our new board leaders.
And I'll second that. And before you take the roll, Mindy, I would say that I know Nick's got a full-time job and it's sometimes overwhelming. So I would encourage Nick to use the committee chair or committee members that we've set up amongst the board members. They've been kind of dormant on and off, depends what's going on. But if there's an issue that comes up and you would rather delegate it, please do. I'm not going anywhere.
No, certainly. And I think when we have more of the board members here, we can talk about work group assignments for the
Right.
upcoming year, because there, you know, the executive work group is the chair and vice chair, and then the other roles are kind of as defined. And certainly, I know the most active one right now has been Elena and Denise in the disadvantaged communities and drinking water work group. And I know, Nick, you and Art participated in some of the dairy stuff. And when we hear the next phase of the dairy stuff, we'll be calling you in on that as well. But as needs arise, we'll continue to form and activate work groups as needed.
Right. Well, thank you for the confidence.
Absolutely. It's my pleasure. Okay, Mindy, if you could take the roll.
First, Nick, if you want to add me as a delegate on your calendar, you can feel free.
Yeah, we're going to be talking. Yes.
Board Member Kadara,
Yes.
Board Member Lee Reader.
Aye.
Do I say Chair Abdus or Vice Chair Abdus?
He's a chair now.
Chair Abdus?
Vice chair so far, so he's
Oh,
vice
okay,
chair
next
time.
until
Oh, till the vote is final. Yes.
And Chair Bradford.
Yes. Well, thank you.
now it's chair.
All right. So at this point,
You could adjourn us.
thank you. Can I adjourn at this point? Are we adjourned to closed session?
We are adjourning to closed session, so I just need to announce it. We're discussing personnel matters under Government Code, Section 11126, Subdivision A. And there's really no reason to come back after this, so there's no more items after this.
Okay, so we're hereby adjourned.
Next meeting?
April 24th and 25th in Fresno.
In Fresno.
The 25th, you said?
24th and 25th.
Thank you.
And lunch is in the